Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Magnetic Storm Cabin, Distorted Isolation Reality. The first night in the cabin felt like stepping into a photograph someone had left half-finished. The air was thick with pine and damp earth, a smell so raw it stuck to my clothes and settled in my lungs. I remember pressing my face against the cold window pane, trying to catch a glimpse of the stars. But the sky wasn't right. It was a dull, bruised gray, no sparkle, no clear blackness. Just a heavy, static kind of gray that made the whole world seem paused, waiting for something to happen. I'd been looking forward to this isolation for months, a week alone, tucked away from the city's noise and the endless demands. The cabin was nothing fancy, 2 rooms, a tiny kitchen, and a wood stove that cracked and popped like it was trying to tell me stories. I told myself it was perfect, that I needed this. But by the time I'd unpacked, it was dark and the silence already felt too loud. The radio was the first thing to betray me. I'd brought it along to catch the weather reports, local news, anything to keep the loneliness at bay. But the moment I switched it on, the dial spun wildly, static hissing through the speaker. No voice came through, just a low, grinding noise that felt like it was crawling under my skin. I fiddled with the knobs until my fingers went numb, but nothing changed. I thought maybe it was the storm they'd been warning about on the news, a magnetic storm, they said, something unprecedented. That explained the radio, at least. Maybe. I remember sitting back in the creaky armchair, the fabric rough against my bare arms, and trying to ignore the way the shadows shifted in the corners of the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. The cabin's thin walls didn't block the night sounds either. The wind rattled the window frames, and somewhere outside, a bird, maybe an owl, let out a sound that twisted like a groan. It wasn't right either. Not quite like any bird call I'd heard before. Longer, stretched out, like it was trying to say something. I told myself it was just a storm messing with everything. Electronics, animals, even the way light bent through the trees. I'd read about magnetic storms before, how they could interfere with compasses and power lines, but no one really knew what to expect from this one. The news had called it unprecedented, which was a strange word to hear when you're alone in a place where even the trees seem to lean in a little too close. Crazy, right? The next morning, the sun finally broke through in thin, pale shafts, but it didn't warm the cabin. The air was sharp, biting at my skin as I stepped outside. I squinted against the glare, but the landscape felt off. The trees didn't sway like they should, and the usual chirps and rustles were missing. Instead, there was a low hum hanging over everything, like electricity buzzed just beneath the surface of the dirt. I tried to settle into a routine, make coffee, read a book, take a walk down the old logging trail that started just past the cabin. But my watch had stopped, frozen at a time I couldn't quite place. The clock on the wall ticked unevenly, sometimes pausing for a second before jerking forward. I found myself staring at it, willing it to move normally, but it wouldn't obey. At some point during the walk, I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, too quick to be a deer, too heavy for a bird. Just a shadow slipping between the trees, and then it was gone. I stopped, heart thudding in my chest, but the forest was silent except for that constant, strange hum. No rustling leaves, no broken twigs. Nothing. Hello? I called out, my voice sounding odd in the stillness. No answer came, and I felt a chill crawl up my spine even though the sun was out. Back at the cabin, I tried the radio again. The static was worse, crackling so loud it made my ears ring. Then, faintly, something emerged from the noise. A voice. It was too muffled to understand, like someone speaking underwater. I leaned closer, breath fogging the glass over the speaker. My fingers trembled. Was it just interference, or was someone really out there, trying to reach me? I shook my head, trying to laugh it off. "You're just tired," I muttered. "This place gets to everyone." But as night fell again, the unease crept back. The wind had died down, replaced by a thick silence that pressed against the cabin walls. The only sound was the faint tapping on the roof light, irregular, like someone pacing. I froze, listening. The sound stopped, then started again, closer this time. I told myself it was probably a branch or a bird landing. But the tapping didn't sound like any branch I'd ever heard, and when I stepped outside, the trees were still. No branches moving, no animals in sight. I went back inside, locking the door behind me even though I knew it wouldn't keep out much. The radio suddenly cut out completely, falling silent as if it had been turned off. The hum outside faded with it, leaving a vacuum of sound that made me catch my breath. I sat down heavily, the chair creaking under me. My skin prickled with cold, and I kept glancing at the windows, half expecting to see someone watching. But the glass was empty, reflecting only my own tired face. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that the storm was playing tricks on my mind, warping the sounds and shadows until they didn't make sense anymore. I told myself I was just alone, and alone had a way of twisting reality. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, something waiting for me to notice. And maybe, just maybe, it had been waiting all along. The silence dragged on long after the radio gave up its ghost. I couldn't shake the idea that something was out there, just beyond the tree line, watching. It was ridiculous. I told myself there was no one for miles. Still, the thought nestled in my chest, a weight I couldn't ignore. Morning came, but it brought no relief. The cabin was cold, colder than it had been the day before. I noticed the digital clock on the kitchen counter, its display flickering in and out like it was struggling to hold on. The numbers were scrambled 12:8, then 1:05, then nothing at all. I stared at it for a solid minute, feeling a prickling tension behind my eyes. The electronics weren't just malfunctioning, they were dying. The storm had knocked out the grid, and with it, my connection to the outside world. I ran my hand over the countertop, the grainy surface rough and cool beneath my palm. The smell of damp wood and faint pine sap filled the air. Outside, the wind whispered through the branches, but there was something off about it. The rhythm was uneven, like a voice trying to form words but giving up halfway. I decided to start systematic checks, first the radio, then the generator, the battery packs, and the solar panels outside. I needed to know what was truly broken and what might still work. It was less about fixing things and more about grasping some control in a place that was quickly slipping into chaos. The radio sat dead on the table, its antenna twitching like a brittle finger. I fiddled with the dials, but there was no static, no hum, just mute. My fingers trembled slightly. I pressed the power button again, hoping for a flicker of life. Nothing. The silence was a physical thing now, like a wall pressing against my chest. Outside, I grabbed my flashlight and stepped into the chill morning air. The storm clouds hummed low, swollen and bruised, casting a gray pall over the forest. The wind shifted, and I caught a faint rustling from the underbrush. A small animal, maybe. But then the sound warped, a sharp, irregular crack that didn't fit any creature I knew. I froze, breath caught in my throat. "Hello?" I called out, voice cracking. No answer, just the crackling leaves and an occasional distant caw from a crow. I circled the cabin, checking the solar panels. They looked intact but coated with a thin layer of grime, possibly from the storm. The generator was silent, dead fuel or a deeper malfunction, I couldn't tell yet. I made a mental note to check the fuel supply later. Back inside, I sat down at the kitchen table, the flashlight still in hand. I pulled out my notebook, the pages dog-eared and smudged from use. I had been keeping a log, trying to anchor myself to some reality. The entries were starting to blur, dates mixed with times, descriptions of sounds, and half-formed theories about what might be going on. I wrote, Day 3. Radio dead. Electronics failing. Wind sounds distorted. Feeling watched. A draft snuck under the door, carrying a faint metallic scent. I wrinkled my nose. It reminded me of the smell after a thunderstorm, but there had been no rain yet. The air was thick with humidity, like something was about to break. The wildlife, or what was left of it, seemed to be retreating. I hadn't seen a bird, a squirrel, or even heard the usual chatter of insects since the radio died. It was as if the forest was holding its breath. I tried the phone again, even though I knew it was useless. No signal. Nothing but dead air. I set it down with a sigh, fingers lingering on the smooth screen. Later, as the day folded into a gray, drizzly afternoon, I noticed something else. Footprints. At first, I thought it was animal tracks, deer, maybe. But they were too large, too deliberate. A boot tread, pressed into the damp earth near the back porch. I crouched, tracing the pattern with a finger. The prints were fresh, the mud still soft. My breath hitched. I hadn't heard anyone approach. No voices, no footsteps on the gravel driveway. I stared at the prints, then at the window, scanning the tree line for movement. Nothing. I closed the curtains, though I knew it didn't make me any less exposed. The cabin felt smaller suddenly, the walls closing in. The storm's pressure was building, and with it, a creeping sense of intrusion. Someone or something had been here while I was inside. I wanted to call out, to shout into the empty woods, but my voice stuck in my throat. What would I even say? I know you're there. Please don't come closer. It sounded absurd. Nightfall came quickly, the dim light swallowed by thick clouds. The power flickered weakly, then died altogether. Darkness settled like a blanket, heavy and suffocating. I lit a candle, the small flame dancing shadows across the wooden walls. The scent of melting wax mixed oddly with the damp pine outside. I sat by the window, eyes straining to catch any sign of movement. The forest was alive with sound again, branches creaking, leaves rustling, but the noises were distorted, as if heard through a cracked speaker. A sudden knock at the door made me jump. My hand shook as I reached out, heart hammering in my chest. Another knock, softer this time, deliberate. Who's there? My voice was barely a whisper. No answer. Just another pause, then a scuffing noise, like something heavy shifting against the porch floor. I pressed my back against the wall, sliding down to the floor. The candle flickered wildly, throwing grotesque shapes onto the ceiling. The knocks came again once, twice, then silence. I didn't move for what felt like an eternity. The storm outside rumbled low, a distant growl that vibrated through the cabin's bones. Eventually, I forced myself up and peeked through the peephole. Nothing. No one. Just the empty porch, slick with rain that hadn't yet fallen. I opened the door cautiously, flashlight in hand. The boot prints continued, leading away into the woods. I followed them a few steps, the beam cutting through the underbrush, but the tracks disappeared abruptly near a cluster of ferns. I stood there, the damp earth cold beneath my boots, and realized I was not as alone as I thought. Back inside, I locked the door again, double-checked every latch. My hands trembled uncontrollably this time, the candlelight catching the sweat on my brow. Who had been watching me? Why hadn't they said anything? And most unsettling, how long had they been out there? The storm was gathering outside, the air thick with electricity and menace. I wasn't sure if I was waiting for it to break or for something else to come through the dark. I sat down, the notebook open in front of me, and wrote one word. Unknown. The candle guttered, its flame clawing at the damp air as the storm outside finally broke loose, hurling rain and wind against the cabin like a furious beast. The prints on the porch haunted me. Whoever had been out there, had they been watching the cabin for hours? Days? The thought twisted in my gut like a cold wire. I kept peering through the peephole, but the night was thick and dark, swallowing the woods whole. Silence pressed in, heavy and unyielding. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the cabin made me flinch, every whisper of wind sounded like footsteps. I tried to tell myself it was just the storm, just the house settling, but the doubt gnawed at me. At some point, maybe hours later, or maybe minutes, I couldn't say, the power flickered back to life. The old generator sputtered, coughing out weak light that blinked uncertainly in the living room. That was when the radio died. Static. Just static, a high-pitched whining that swept through the speaker and then went dead. The storm had scrambled every signal. The world outside was gone, cut off like a limb left to rot. I pressed the tuner, twisting the dial slowly, desperate to catch anything, news, voices, a hint of normalcy. Nothing. Just static. I shoved the radio aside, heart hammering. It was the last thread to the outside world slipping away. No help coming. No rescue. Only the storm, the woods, and whoever or whatever was lurking just beyond the porch light. I stared at the window, watching trees bend and thrash under the wind's assault. The rain masked other sounds, or maybe it just hid them better. I couldn't trust my ears anymore. Last night, I thought I heard footsteps. Now, I wasn't sure if it was real or my mind unraveling. I stood and paced, running my fingers along the rough plaster wall, feeling every imperfection. The cabin smelled musty wood, damp earth, faint smoke from the old stove grounded me somehow. I breathed deeply, trying to anchor myself. But the silence between storms was worse. It was a vacuum filled with waiting. I looked back at the notebook. Page after page of scribbles, fragments of thoughts, questions I couldn't answer. The magnetic storm was warping more than just electronics. It was warping my mind. The next morning arrived with a dull gray light that pressed through the rain-streaked window. I woke shivering, sheets tangled around my legs, the cabin colder than before. The storm hadn't let up, but the radio was dead, the lights flickering. I felt raw, exposed, as if the storm had peeled away layers I didn't know I had. Outside, the boot prints were gone. No sign of the intruder. But that didn't help. If anything, it made the cabin feel emptier, as if someone had slipped away just out of reach. I decided to check the perimeter, pushing my way through the soggy underbrush. The forest smelled different, wet pine, rotting leaves, something else I couldn't place. A faint metallic tang lingered in the air. I followed the direction the footprints had taken, but the ground was churned up, the storm washing away any trail. Near the edge of a small clearing, I found something. A single scrap of fabric caught on a thorn bush. Blew my jacket. But I was certain I hadn't lost it. I jerked it free, fingers trembling. It was torn, soaked through, and smelled faintly of smoke. I held it against my face, breathing in the scent, trying to remember where I'd been earlier. I didn't remember leaving the clearing. The sun dropped behind thick clouds, casting the forest into shadow long before evening. Back at the cabin, I noticed something else, small marks on the kitchen window frame. Scratches, shallow but deliberate. I pressed my palm against the glass, eyes scanning the gloom beyond. My reflection stared back, eyes wide and haunted. I hadn't heard anything. No voices, no footsteps. But the marks were there, fresh. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe a branch scraping in the wind. Maybe a squirrel. But the scratches looked too deliberate, too human. That night, I barely slept. The candle burned low beside me as I stared out the window, watching shadows shift in the dark. At some point, maybe around midnight, I thought I heard a voice. Faint. A whisper carried on the wind. I froze, straining to listen. Hello? Just a breath, a syllable lost in the storm. I called back, voice cracking. Who's there? No answer. I told myself it was the wind, or my imagination playing tricks. But deep down, I knew it wasn't just me anymore. The storm raged on, relentless. The radio silent. The prince gone, but something else had arrived, something patient, waiting. I realized then that leaving wasn't an option. The road was flooded, trees down, no signal. No one knew where I was. I was trapped. This wasn't just isolation anymore. It was containment. The psychological unraveling started here. The point of no return. I locked every door again, checked the windows, but the scratches remained. Outside, the forest was alive with distorted sounds, calls that didn't belong to any animal I recognized. Some low growls, strange clicks, and a rustling that moved just beyond the trees. I couldn't tell if the sounds were real or hallucination. The magnetic storm was playing havoc with my senses, warping everything into something unrecognizable. I tried to focus on facts. The print evidence. The torn jacket. The scratches. The voice. Someone had been out there. Someone had been close enough to touch the cabin. And now they were waiting. I realized I was no longer just a guest in this place. I was a target. I sank back into my chair, the candle flickering wildly as the wind slammed against the walls. The storm was no longer the enemy. It was the cover. I wasn't alone. Not by a long shot. And I had no idea how long I could hold on before the next knock came. The candle guttered again, shadows dancing wildly against the peeling plaster walls. I sat frozen, the flickering light casting tall, jittery shapes across the cluttered room. My hands trembled as I pressed my palms against the rough wood of the armrest, trying to ground myself. The storm's howl drowned out almost everything else, but beneath it, I caught the faintest, strangest sounds, clicks like stones knocking together, low growls that didn't belong to any animal I knew. They weren't random. They were deliberate. Like communication. I swallowed hard, the dry air catching at my throat. I could taste dust and something else, metallic, sharp, like the inside of a battery leaking or maybe my own nerves fraying. The cabin felt smaller, every shadow a threat, every creak a warning. I forced myself to stand, each step heavy, like wading through thick molasses. I moved toward the window, heart thudding so hard I thought it might burst free. The glass was smeared with dirt and rain, but the scratches were clear, long, jagged lines gouged into the frame, some interrupted, others deep enough to catch the faint light. They weren't animal marks. Too deep, too deliberate. My breath fogged the glass as I pressed close, trying to peer into the storm's chaotic darkness. The forest beyond was a blur of shaking branches and flickering shadows. Then, a sudden, sharp snap, a branch breaking underfoot, made me jerk back instinctively. I stumbled against the wall, a jolt of panic pulsing through my veins. Who's there? My voice cracked, barely above a whisper. No answer. Only the storm's relentless roar. I gripped the windowsill, nails digging into the wood until they bled. The scratches were a message. A warning. Or maybe a game. But what kind of game? And why me? The power was still out. The radio, the lantern, even the flashlight, all dead. The storm had scrambled everything, turned every electronic device into useless junk. I couldn't call for help. Couldn't even see clearly after dark. I thought about the torn jacket I found earlier, snagged on a thorn bush near the cabin's edge. Whoever had left it wasn't just passing through. They'd been close enough to touch me, close enough to leave a mark. I glanced around the cabin, eyes landing on the old landline phone mounted by the door. The receiver hung loosely, the cord twisted. I picked it up, heart rising in hope, then dropped it with a hollow clatter as silence greeted me. No dial tone. Not a surprise. I sank back into the chair, trying to think, trying to plan. But the storm was a wall, isolating me from everything. Every minute in that cabin felt like sinking deeper underwater, the pressure mounting, my thoughts thick and slow. Suddenly, a sound near the back door. A scratching. Light, hesitant, almost shy. I froze. The candle flickered violently, casting long shadows across the floorboards. My hands clenched into fists, nails biting into my palms. "Please," I whispered, voice raw. "Go away." No answer. The scratching stopped. Then silence. Complete silence. I thought about calling out again, but my voice caught. What if whoever was out there wasn't alone? What if this was a trap? I didn't have answers. Only questions that clawed at the edges of my mind. The night stretched on. The storm showed no sign of relenting, the wind's howl morphing into a low, steady rumble. Every so often, I thought I heard footsteps, soft, deliberate, circling the cabin, just beyond the window's reach. Sleep was impossible. I kept the candle burning, watching the shadows like a hawk. At one point, I swear I saw a silhouette, a figure standing just outside the window, too still to be an animal. I blinked, but it remained, a dark shape against the storm's chaos. Then it vanished. I'm not proud to admit it, but I cried. Not loud, not long. Just a quick, sharp release. The kind that leaves you raw and shaking. When dawn finally crept in, pale and hesitant, it brought no relief. The storm had weakened but not ended. The forest was eerily quiet. The distorted animal calls replaced by an unsettling stillness that pressed in on me from all sides. I checked the doors and windows again. Locked. Secured. But the scratches were still there, new ones added overnight, fresh and raw. I knew I needed to leave. To get to safety. To find help. But the forest was a maze of shadows and silence. The storm had turned the land into a trap. As I packed a small bag with what little food and water I had left, I heard it again, a voice. Low, rough, just beyond the tree line. A whisper carried on the wind. My name. It wasn't the storm. It wasn't the animals. It was him. Or them. Someone was out there. Waiting. Watching. And now, there was nowhere to hide. I swallowed hard, heart pounding in my ears as I tightened the straps on my bag. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but the weight of uncertainty rooted me to the spot. The voice came again, clearer this time, tinged with urgency and something darker beneath. I scanned the tree line, shadows shifting like living things in the fading light. Moving too quickly might give away my position, but standing still was a gamble I wasn't sure I could win. Slowly, I stepped backward, edging toward a narrow path I hadn't noticed before. If I could just reach it, maybe I could disappear into the deeper woods. But the voice followed, carried on the wind like a curse, pulling me closer to whatever waited in the dark. I kept moving backward, the weight of the bag digging into my shoulder, the rough bark of the nearest tree pressing into my palm. I could taste the dry grit in my mouth and feel a bead of sweat trickle down my temple. The temperature had dropped since the sun dipped below the horizon, and the cold seeped into my bones despite the jacket wrapped tight around me. I didn't dare look back. Every instinct screamed to sprint, but the woods around me were a maze of snapping twigs and brittle branches. Noise here would be a beacon. Then, suddenly, the voice stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I pressed my back against a tree, breath shallow, listening. Nothing but the faint hum of the storm's magnetic pulse, low, constant, and unnerving. The storm had knocked out every device hours ago. No radio, no GPS, no phone signal. No way out but the trail I hadn't even noticed until now. I swallowed hard and forced myself to step forward, one cautious foot in front of the other. The narrow path was barely a scar in the undergrowth, but it felt like salvation. Every nerve was taut, my senses sharpened to a razor's edge. I couldn't tell if the rustling was just the wind or something else. My hands trembled as I adjusted the bag again, the straps cutting into my skin. About 20 yards in, I found something unexpected, a small clearing, the moonlight filtering through ragged clouds and dappled branches. In the center, a crumpled blanket, stained and threadbare, lay half covered by leaves. My pulse quickened. Someone had been here. Someone close. I knelt, my fingers brushing over the fabric, cool and damp with dew. Then I heard it, a snap, sharp and deliberate from the edge of the clearing. I froze, every muscle locked, eyes scanning the shadows. A figure emerged slowly, hands raised, not in threat, but in tired surrender. Hey, the voice was rough but not hostile. I'm not here to hurt you. The words hit me like a cold wave. Relief and suspicion tangled inside me. Who are you? I whispered, voice hoarse. He stepped into the moonlight, face weathered, eyes tired but not cruel. Name's Sam. Been out here a while. That storm's got everyone off the grid. I wanted to believe him, but years of living alone in these woods had taught me to trust no one easily. Still, the exhaustion in his voice, the weariness in his stance, it was real. And after days of isolation, the sound of another human voice, steady and calm, was a strange comfort. Why didn't you come to the cabin? I asked. Sam shrugged. Saw the signal fires. Thought better of it. Too risky with things unsettled, you know? People aren't themselves out here. He was right. The storm had done more than shut down electronics. It had frayed nerves, twisted perceptions. I had seen it firsthand, the distorted cries of animals, the flickering lights that weren't there, the creeping sense that I was never truly alone. We talked for a while, voices low, sharing what little we knew. Sam had been scavenging supplies from abandoned campsites, trying to avoid any confrontation. You're lucky, he said quietly. Most folks don't last long without going a bit off. His words stuck with me. I thought about the nights when the trees seemed to lean in, the strange sounds that weren't wildlife, the creeping fear that had taken root deep in my mind. I wasn't crazy, but I was fraying. The storm had done that. We made a plan. Together, we'd wait for the storm to pass, keep watch, and move cautiously toward the nearest ranger station at first light. The technology might be down, but human presence, shared vigilance, was something the storm couldn't touch. The night stretched long. I lay on the cold ground beside Sam's blanket, the rough earth pressing into my cheek. The stars blinked weakly through the clouds, distant and indifferent. I could still hear the faint crackle of the storm's electromagnetic pulse, a persistent hum in my ears. Sleep came fitfully. Dreams tangled with memories of the cabin, the voice in the dark, the the shadowy figure watching from the trees. I woke with a dry mouth, a pounding head, the taste of fear lingering like old smoke. Morning came slow and gray. We moved quietly, shadows among shadows, careful not to make noise. The forest seemed different in daylight, less menacing, but still watchful. I felt the weight of every step, every breath, as if the woods themselves remembered the night's terrors. We reached the ranger station just as the sun broke through the clouds. The building was battered but standing, a beacon of normalcy amid the chaos. Inside, we found a small cache of supplies, a working radio crackling weakly to life. The first clear voice I heard on the radio was a lifeline. Instructions. News of rescue teams mobilizing. The storm was ending. The world was coming back. Standing there, listening to the steady chatter, I realized how much had changed. The cabin, the isolation, it had altered me. I wasn't the same person who'd arrived weeks ago, seeking solitude and refuge. The storm had stripped away my certainty, my control. It had shown me the limits of self-reliance, the fragile line between vigilance and paranoia. Sam looked at me then, tired but steady. You holding up? I nodded, though my voice caught. I think so. He smiled faintly. Good. We're almost out. As we waited for help to arrive, I stepped outside, breathing in the crisp air. The forest was silent again, but the weight of what I'd endured clung to me like a second skin. I traced the rough bark of a tree with my fingers, grounding myself in the real, the tangible. The storm had passed. The threat was gone. But its echoes would stay with me long after the last flicker of electricity returned. The quiet moments when the wind whispered too sharply. The feeling of eyes watching from just beyond the trees. The knowledge that solitude, once a refuge, could become a trap. I wasn't sure I'd ever be the same. Maybe that was the point. Maybe survival meant carrying these scars, these memories, as reminders not just of what I'd lost, but of what I'd found. Strength. Fragility. The thin, trembling line between fear and hope. And, above all, the truth that in the deepest darkness, the greatest danger wasn't the storm itself, but the people waiting in its shadow. Story 2, Unseen Sister, the imposter among us. The moment the bus rolled to a stop outside our old house, I noticed the way the sky had dimmed, a heavy gray that sucked the color from everything. I glanced up at the porch. The paint was peeling, the wood groaned under the breeze, and the screen door hung a little crooked. I'd left in a rush years ago, chasing a life that promised something else. Now, with my sister back, I wasn't sure what to expect. I'd spent so long imagining how this reunion would go, laughing, catching up over cups of coffee, maybe even revisiting old haunts. But the way the air pressed down, the silence stretched between every sound, told me this wasn't going to be that simple. Inside, the house held its breath. Shadows pulled in corners, wrapping around the furniture like forgotten memories. I ran a hand over the rough plaster wall. It felt cool and gritty, a sharp contrast to the warmth of the summer sun outside. There was the faint, persistent creak of the floorboards beneath me, and somewhere distant, a dog barked twice before falling silent. The kitchen smelled faintly of stale bread and something I couldn't place, maybe the faint trace of mothballs mixed with old wood. I heard the front door open. My stomach tightened. Emma? I called, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet. No answer. The hallway light flickered overhead, forcing me to squint. Then, footsteps. Soft, deliberate. Closer. When she appeared, standing just inside the doorway, it was like looking at a photograph that had been smudged. She was thinner, yes, and the lines around her eyes had deepened, but it was her eyes that unsettled me most. They were the same green, but they didn't hold the warmth I remembered. Instead, There was something sharp in them, like she was testing me, or maybe herself. "I'm here," she said, voice steady but faintly unfamiliar. "I thought you'd be further along." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. Traffic was a nightmare. I wanted to say more, but the words caught somewhere between relief and suspicion. We moved to the living room, where the old couch sagged under the weight of years. She sat down carefully, folding her hands in her lap. "It's strange," she said, picking at a loose thread on the cushion. "I don't remember the house smelling like this." I blinked. "What do you mean?" "It's been the same. You were here last summer for the funeral." She shook her head, and for a moment, her eyes darted away, like she was searching for something else. "No. I think you're mixing things up. I haven't been here in years, not since we were kids." Her tone wasn't accusatory, more like a quiet correction. "We didn't spend summers here. We were at Aunt Marge's all the time." I frowned, a cold pinch knotting in my chest. "That's not right. We always came here when Mom was working." "You hated Aunt Marge's place, remember the broken swing? You fell off and broke your arm." She looked at me then, eyes narrowing slightly. "I don't recall that. Maybe you're thinking of someone else." Her voice held a strange edge, not quite dismissive but not entirely open either. The room seemed to shrink around me. The ticking of the old clock on the mantel grew louder, each second hammering at the space between us. I couldn't tell if this was exhaustion, or if something deeper had shifted while I wasn't looking. I cleared my throat. "Maybe it's just been so long. You've changed a lot." She laughed softly, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Yeah, I guess I have." Later, I found myself wandering through the house, trailing my fingers along the shelf stuffed with dusty books, the faded photographs where our faces blurred into unfamiliar smiles. The wallpaper, once bright with yellow daisies, peeled back in curling strips, revealing patches of bare plaster like open wounds. In the kitchen, I opened the fridge. It was half empty but smelled faintly of something metallic, like old pennies left too long in a jar. I closed it quickly, the harsh hum of the appliance filling the quiet too loudly. Back in the living room, she was sitting very still, watching me with an unreadable expression. "You really don't remember the treehouse?" she asked suddenly. I paused, heart ticking up a notch. "The treehouse? Of course I do. We built it ourselves. You made me paint it blue." She shook her head again. "No. We never built a treehouse. We used to climb the big oak in the park downtown." I swallowed hard. The memories felt slippery, like trying to hold onto water. "Emma, that's not how I remember it." Her lips pressed together, a thin line. "Maybe you're the one who's wrong." For a moment, the only sound was the wind rattling the window panes. I wanted to ask her more, wanted to shake her until she remembered. But something in the way she sat, so calm and deliberate, made me hesitate. It was as if she rehearsed this, how to contradict me just enough to unsettle, but never so much that I could call her out. I stepped back, my hands suddenly clammy. "Maybe we should get some rest," I said, voice uneven. She nodded, standing and smoothing her skirt. The light caught her face, casting shadows under her cheekbones. "Tomorrow, then." As she turned away, the faint scent of her shampoo, something floral, almost too sweet, lingered in the air. It wasn't Emma's usual scent. I knew because I'd smelled it 1,000 times before. I closed my eyes, trying to will the unease away. But it clung to me like a second skin. Later, lying in the guest room, I stared at the ceiling, the dull hum of the street lamp outside casting shifting patterns through the blinds. The house was too quiet, but not empty. Something was watching, waiting. and I wasn't sure if it was her. The night didn't bring relief. I kept turning over the conversation with her in my mind, the way she said my name like it was a stranger's, the way she contradicted memories that should have been hers as much as mine. That floral shampoo scent lingered still, faint in the hallway outside my door. Too sweet. Too deliberate. Morning came gray and hesitant, spilling pale light through the curtains. I didn't sleep well. The pillow smelled faintly of her perfume, something I didn't recognize at all. I pressed my hand against my forehead, trying to shake the fog of exhaustion and unease. The house was silent except for the hum of the refrigerator downstairs and the occasional creak from the old floorboards. I debated whether to check on her or give her space. But the gnawing feeling that this wasn't really Emma pushed me out of bed. I needed answers, or at least something that made sense. Downstairs, the kitchen was cold and smelled faintly of lemon cleaner. The kettle sat empty on the stove. No breakfast, no sounds. I found her in the living room, sitting on the couch with a book in her lap. But every now and then, her eyes flicked up, scanning the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, as if waiting for something or someone. "Morning," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. She looked up, smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Morning," she replied. "Did you sleep well?" I hesitated. "Not really. I keep thinking about last night." She closed the book, setting it gently on the coffee table. "We probably need to talk." I nodded, moving to sit across from her. The old couch creaked under me. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window panes. "Emma," I began, "why do you keep saying things that don't match what I remember? Like our family trips, the summer by the lake." She shook her head, cutting me off softly. "You remember it wrong. I was there. I know how it happened." Her certainty made my skin crawl. I wanted to argue, to pull at the threads of her story, but something in her calm stopped me. Like she'd rehearsed this encounter 100 times. "I don't understand," I said. "Why would you insist on a different version? It's not just little things, it's everything." She sighed, folding her hands in her lap. "Maybe you've held onto the past the wrong way. Maybe you're the one who's changed." I wanted to laugh. Or scream. Instead, I felt a hollow ache settle in my chest. I decided to look for clues, anything that might explain the growing distance between the person sitting across from me and the sister I thought I knew. Her room was the first place I checked. I told myself it was curiosity, but really it was desperation. The door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open, stepping inside quietly. The room was neat, almost too neat. No scattered clothes, no childhood trophies gathering dust. The walls were bare except for a single framed photograph on the dresser, a picture of a woman who looked like Emma but older, a stranger's smile frozen in time. I picked it up. The date scribbled on the back was recent. I stared at the face, searching for something familiar. The eyes were hers, but the expression was different. Empty. On the desk, I found a small notebook. The pages were filled with neat handwriting, names, dates, places. But the entries weren't the kind of personal notes you'd expect. They read like a report, a careful log of someone's habits and history. There were references to conversations, mannerisms, favorite foods. It was as if someone had been studying Emma, cataloging every detail. My hands trembled, and I dropped the notebook back onto the desk. The silence in the room pressed in on me, thick and suffocating. I heard footsteps in the hallway. She was coming. I slipped the notebook under a stack of papers and closed the door just as she appeared, her face unreadable. "Looking for something?" she asked, voice smooth. I shook my head, forcing a smile. Just curious about your room. She glanced around, then back at me. It's private. You know that. I'm sorry, I said. I want to understand. She nodded slowly, the same careful patience she'd worn the night before. You'll get there. In time. But I wasn't sure I wanted to wait. Later that afternoon, I went to the town library. If someone had been impersonating Emma, they must have left traces somewhere, old records, school photos, anything that could confirm who she really was. The librarian, a kindly woman with silver hair and sharp eyes, helped me search through yearbooks and newspapers. I found Emma's name, sure enough, but the pictures didn't match what I remembered. In some, her hair was a different color, her smile hesitant. The dates didn't add up either. There were gaps, years missing, times when Emma should have been here but wasn't. I showed the photos to the librarian. She frowned. Maybe there's a mistake. Sometimes records get mixed up. But it wasn't a mistake. Something was wrong. The more I dug, the less certain I felt about everything I thought I knew. Back at the house, that evening, I confronted her again. Who are you? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. She looked at me with those same eyes, calm, controlled. I'm your sister. No, I said, shaking my head. You're not. You don't know things you should. You remember things wrong. She stood and walked toward the window, pulling back the curtain to let the dying light spill in. Maybe you're the one who's lost. The room felt colder. I could hear the distant rumble of thunder, the first warning of a storm. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to hold on to the sister I'd waited for. But the shadows in her eyes told me something else. Something I wasn't ready to face. That night, I lay awake again, the notebook hidden beneath my mattress. I flipped through its pages one more time, tracing the lines of handwriting, the careful observations. If this was a study, a game, or something darker, I had to find out before it was too late. Outside, the rain began to fall, soft at first, then harder, drumming against the roof like a warning. And somewhere in the house, the person pretending to be my sister waited. Watching. Planning. I closed my eyes, but the unease wouldn't fade. This wasn't just about memories anymore. It was about survival. About knowing who I could trust when the person standing in front of me might be a stranger. I didn't know how deep the deception went. But I was certain of one thing, the storm was just beginning. The rain hammered against the windows like a relentless drum, the kind of sound that presses into your chest and doesn't let go. Morning came in slow, gray waves. The sky was a bruised purple, the kind of early dawn that made everything feel suspended, like time had stretched too thin. I rolled over, stiff and restless, the taste of stale coffee still clinging to the back of my throat from the night before. My eyes found the notebook again, poking out from beneath the mattress where I tried to hide it. I should have thrown it away, burned it, done anything to erase what I'd seen. But something held me back, curiosity, dread, maybe both. I slipped from bed, careful not to creak the old wooden floor, and eased the door open. The house was quiet, too quiet. The storm had passed, but the damp smell lingered, thick and earthy, curling into my nostrils. I caught sight of her shadow moving in the kitchen. Not a shadow, really, her. The woman who looked like my sister but was something else. She stood with her back to me, humming softly, the sound almost foreign. It wasn't the sister I remembered humming when we were kids. This was different. Hollow. I stepped closer, heart hammering so loud I thought she might hear it. Coffee? I offered, voice tighter than I meant. She turned slowly, eyes sharp and calm. Yes, please. Her smile was practiced. Too smooth, like she'd rehearsed it in a mirror 1,000 times. I wanted to ask her about the notebook, about the contradictions in her stories, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I watched as she poured the coffee, the steam rising between us like a fragile barrier. Do you remember the old oak tree in the backyard? I asked, hoping to catch her off guard. She nodded, eyes flickering with something unreadable. Of course. You used to climb it all the time. No, I did, I said, surprised by how sharply I corrected her. You were afraid of heights. Her lips twitched, but she didn't argue. Maybe. I don't know. That was the problem. She almost knew. Almost remembered. Too precise to be a lie, too uncertain to be truth. I finished my coffee in silence, the bitter taste grounding me. Outside, a dog barked somewhere down the street, distant but urgent. The air was thick with the smell of wet earth and something else, something metallic, faint but unmistakable. Fear? Paranoia? I couldn't tell anymore. I needed answers. I needed to know how deep this went. I glanced toward the hallway where my bedroom was, the place I'd last hid the notebook. If she found it, if she knew what I discovered, everything would change. Escape would no longer be an option. I want to show you something, I said suddenly, voice low. Something from when we were kids. She looked at me, curious now. What is it? I grabbed the notebook, flipping it open to the page with the drawing of our old house, the one I'd done years ago. The lines were crude, but the details were there, the crooked fence, the cracked porch step, the tree with the broken branch. This is how I remember it, I said. This porch step was always loose. You hated stepping on it. She studied the page, fingers hovering above the paper but never touching. I don't remember that. You don't? My voice cracked. How can that be? She shook her head, and for a moment, the mask slipped. Her eyes darkened, quick flashes of confusion or something darker. Then it was back, a calm surface hiding a storm underneath. I think you're remembering wrong, she said softly. No, that wasn't possible. I had to be right. We had to have the same memories, the same past. Otherwise, what was this? What was she? The phone rang, shrill and sudden, cutting through the tension like an item. I jumped, knocking the notebook to the floor. It landed face down, but I didn't care. The sound was enough to break the moment. She reached for the phone, but hesitated. I'm not expecting anyone, she murmured. I watched her, every movement scrutinized. She picked up the receiver, voice polite but guarded. Hello? I couldn't make out the other side, but she listened, eyes narrowing. After a moment, she said, I understand. Yes, I'll be here. She hung up, and the silence returned, heavier than before. Who was that? I asked. She avoided my gaze. Just someone checking in. That didn't satisfy me. It never would. I sat back down, rubbing my temples. The house felt colder now. The air, once thick with rain, was stale, tinged with something metallic again. The scent made my stomach twist. I realized then that I was trapped. Not physically, at least, not yet. But trapped in a web I didn't understand, woven by the person who was supposed to be my sister. The person who knew just enough to keep me off balance, who could rewrite history one memory at a time. I wanted to leave. I should have. But the storm outside wasn't the only thing brewing. Inside, I was running out of time. And the person in my sister's place was waiting, watching. planning the next move. I glanced toward the window. Lightning cracked, and for a split second, I thought I saw a figure standing just beyond the glass. Not quite human, not quite her. Or maybe just a trick of the storm. I swallowed hard. This wasn't going to end well. Not unless I played their game. But how do you play when you don't even know the rules? The thunder crashed again, louder this time, rattling the windows like the whole house might come apart. I rubbed my hands together, trying to shake the chill, but it wasn't the cold that had me shaking. It was the way she twisted everything I thought I knew. Every memory I held onto for years, turned inside out. I had to get to the bottom of this. I needed proof. Answers. Something solid. The house smelled like damp plaster and old wood, with that faint metallic tang still hanging in the air, cold and heavy with silence. I swallowed hard, tasting it in the back of my throat. It reminded me of the hospital, but more personal. Like something someone had been hiding here. I stood up, my legs unsteady as if I'd been sitting too long. The floor creaked underfoot, the sound loud in the quiet. I moved toward the hallway, eyes darting to every shadow. The storm was a distant roar now, muffled but persistent, like a threat just outside the walls. She was in the kitchen when I found her. Or someone, her silhouette was unmistakable, but there was something off. The way she stood, the slow, deliberate movements. She was washing dishes, but the water ran cold and still. No steam, no warmth. Just the dull, scraping sound of plates against the sink. "Why are you doing that?" I asked, my voice sharper than I meant. "It's late. You don't have to." She looked up, eyes calm but unreadable. "It's how I remember it," she said softly. "Our mother always cleaned up after dinner. You never liked to." I frowned. "I did. I mean, sometimes. But you hated it more." "No," she insisted. "You hated it." "I did it because I cared." I swallowed again, the metal taste creeping back. She said it like she believed it. Like she knew me better than I knew myself. But I wasn't sure if that was comforting or terrifying. I stepped closer, the floor cool beneath my bare feet. "Tell me again about the treehouse." Her eyes flicked away for a moment, then back. "You never wanted to build one." "I did it alone." "No," I said, shaking my head. "We built it together. Dad helped too. You remember the blue paint? It chipped after the first rain." She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. I remember it differently. I clenched my fists. "Why are you doing this? Why change everything?" She dried her hands on a towel, folding it slowly. "Because it matters. Because who I was then isn't who I am now. And maybe you don't want to remember the truth." The words hit me like a slap. I staggered back, breathing uneven. The truth. What truth? Did she even know what that meant anymore? Or was she just playing a part, a role she rehearsed until it felt real? I turned away, my mind spinning. The hallway behind me felt darker, the shadows stretching longer. I could hear the drip of water from somewhere, maybe the bathroom. Or the basement. The house sounded different now, like it was closing in. I needed air. Outside, the storm had softened to a steady drizzle. I slipped through the front door, the night cold and sharp. The wet grass soaked through my shoes, the mud sticky between my toes. I looked back up at the house. The windows were dark, but I could swear I saw a flicker of movement, something watching. The street was empty, save for the occasional bark of a dog in the distance. The smell of rain on asphalt filled my lungs, but it didn't calm me. I paced the porch, the wooden boards creaking underfoot, wondering if I'd lost my grip on reality or if the person inside was someone else entirely. Back inside, the silence was different. It felt deliberate, like a held breath. I moved toward the stairs, each step a small protest from the old wood. Upstairs, the rooms were colder, the air heavier. I stopped outside the bedroom door she claimed was hers. The paint on the frame was chipped, the wallpaper peeling in corners. I pushed the door open slowly. Inside, the room was tidy but sterile. No photos on the walls, no signs of a life lived here. Just a bed, a dresser, and a small desk with a single notebook lying open. The pages were filled with neat handwriting, my sister's handwriting. Or something so close it made my stomach twist. I flipped through the pages. Lists of memories, dates, names. Everything she should remember, everything she claimed was hers. But some entries didn't match. Some dates were off by years. Events that never happened. Places we never visited. A low creak behind me made me spin around. The door was shut. Locked. I hadn't closed it. My breath caught. The room felt smaller now, walls pressing in. The notebook slipped from my fingers, landing with a soft thud on the floor. The silence returned, thick and suffocating. Then, a voice. Not hers. A whisper, barely audible. You're not supposed to see that. I whipped around. No one there. Just shadows pooling in the corners, the dull hum of the storm outside. I wanted to run. To scream. But my feet were glued to the floor, my hands trembling so hard I could barely move. The door rattled once. Twice. I lunged for the handle. It didn't budge. Panic clawed at my throat. The lock clicked from the other side. Let me out, I said, voice cracking. Please. No answer. Just the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving away. I was trapped. Not by walls or chains, but by something far worse. I sank to the floor, back against the cold door, the notebook still open on the floor beside me. The words blurred as my vision swam. Who was she? The sister I remembered? Or a stranger who had learned how to wear her skin like a mask? Outside, lightning tore across the sky, illuminating the room for a split second. And in that flash, I thought I saw her standing just beyond the rain, watching. But when the light faded, she was gone. And I was alone. I stayed on the floor long after the footsteps faded, the door's cold wood pressing into my back, the notebook's pages damp and curling beneath my fingers. The door clicked open eventually, slow and precise, like someone testing whether I was still inside. I didn't look up. I didn't trust it. But then the silhouette appeared, her silhouette framed by the dim hallway light, wet hair plastered to her face, eyes unreadable. I wanted to ask if she was really my sister. If she ever had been. But no words came out. Only a ragged breath caught in my throat. She knelt down beside me without a word and held out a hand. I hesitated, then took it, the warmth of her skin grounding me in a way that made my head swim. She helped me up, steadying me against the door frame. I didn't mean to scare you, she said, voice softer now, almost like the sister I remembered. But I had to be sure. Sure of what? I whispered, still trembling. My hand shook so badly I almost dropped the notebook again. Who you really are, she said, folding her arms and looking away. And what you want from me. The words hung between us like a thick fog. I blinked, trying to clear the sudden dizzy spell that washed over me. I just want to understand, I said. To know what happened to us. She nodded, but the tension didn't leave her shoulders. "I remember things differently," she said carefully. "Maybe not everything, but enough to know some of your memories aren't mine." I swallowed hard, the taste of rain and that strange metallic tang still lingering. "How can that be? We lived the same life." "We did," she said. "But maybe not the same one at the same time. Or maybe you remember a version that never really existed." It's hard to explain. That was the closest she'd come to an admission, and it felt like stepping into a deeper darkness. I wanted to argue, to demand proof that she was who she claimed to be, but my voice was weak, and the room was suddenly too small, too suffocating. We sat down on the floor again. The notebook lay between us, its pages now sticky from the rain and my sweat. I traced the jagged handwriting, searching for clues in the words that had haunted me these last few days. "I found this," I said quietly. "It talks about someone watching. Someone who studied you, learned everything. It's like there's a shadow, a copy." Her eyes flickered with something, fear, maybe, or recognition. "I know," she admitted. "I felt it too. When I came back, I thought maybe I was going crazy. But now I'm not so sure." We didn't speak for a long time after that. The rain outside slowed to a gentle drizzle, the owls creaking softly as if settling into the quiet. The storm had passed, but the storm between us was just beginning to calm. "I'm sorry," she said finally, voice raw. "For everything. For the confusion, the silence. I never wanted to hurt you." I looked at her, really looked. The lines around her eyes, the way her fingers trembled slightly when she tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. She was real. Or as real as anyone could be after years of absence and lies. "I don't know what's true anymore," I whispered. "But I'm glad you're here." She smiled then, a small, fragile thing, and it felt like the first real moment of peace in a long time. The next morning, the owls felt different. The air was lighter, less oppressive. I woke with the sun filtering through the curtains, dust motes dancing in the warm light. For a moment, I almost believed things could go back to normal. But then I remembered the notebook, the footsteps, the locked door, and the way she'd looked at me last night, like she was carrying a secret I might never fully understand. We spent the day talking. Really talking. About memories that didn't match, about childhood stories told from two different perspectives. About the gaps in our past and the strange feeling that someone or something had been watching us both from the shadows all along. There was no final answer. No neat resolution. Just fragments stitched together with half-truths and lingering doubt. But in those conversations, I found something I hadn't expected, a fragile trust, a tentative connection that felt like the first step toward healing. She stayed for a week. We walked through old neighborhoods, traced the paths we used to take, revisited places that felt both familiar and foreign. Sometimes she hesitated, staring at a corner of a park or a cracked sidewalk, as if trying to recall a memory that refused to surface. I watched her closely, noticing the little things, the way her smile faltered when a certain song played, the way her fingers absent-mindedly traced the spine of the notebook she'd managed to salvage. It was clear she was struggling too, caught between who she was and who she was supposed to be. One evening, we sat on the porch steps, the air, cold and heavy with silence cooling around us. The sky was painted with bruised purples and golds, the distant hum of the city a soft backdrop. "Do you think I'm really your sister?" she asked quietly. I thought about it. About the years apart, the mismatched memories, the eerie feeling that someone had tried to replace her. About the person sitting beside me, vulnerable and real, even if she was a stranger in some ways. "I don't know," I said honestly. "Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe what matters is here." I tapped my chest. "This is where you belong." She nodded, a tear slipping down her cheek. I want to believe that. And for once, I did too. But even as we sat there, the past wasn't done with us. I caught a glimpse of something in the shadows beyond the porch light, an echo of those footsteps, a flicker of movement too quick to be certain. The unknown threat hadn't vanished. It had simply retreated, waiting. I knew the story wasn't over. Not really. But I was ready to face it. Together. Story 3, Timeless Transit. Ghostly passengers await. The bus always came at exactly 7:15 a.m., no matter the weather or how late I was. Today, though, something felt off. I didn't notice it at first. I was too wrapped up in trying to shake the fog of sleep from my brain and wondering if I'd managed to lock the front door before rushing out. The usual city sounds drifted through the chilly air, a distant dog barking, the faint scrape of a garbage truck somewhere down the block, and the low hum of traffic. The air smelled like damp asphalt and something faintly metallic. Maybe the bus's brakes were just the city waking up. I glanced at my watch. 7:12. The bus stop bench was cold beneath my palms, rough and splintering. I rubbed at it absently, trying to focus. Something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on what. Maybe it was the way the light flickered from the street lamp overhead, faint, like it was struggling, or maybe it was just the early morning chill making me jittery. I shivered. Then the bus pulled up, just like it always did. I sighed, relieved. Routine. But the passengers, they weren't the usual crowd. Usually, I'd see the same faces, a tired mother with a toddler asleep on her shoulder, a few students with backpacks slung low, the old man with the thick glasses who always smelled like tobacco and wore a faded green jacket. But this morning, the windows showed me strangers. Men and women dressed like they'd stepped out of a black and white photograph. A woman in a floral dress and gloves, clutching a handbag that looked decades too old-fashioned. A man in a suit with wide lapels and a hat tilted at a jaunty angle. Another woman, her hair pinned up with a careless touch, staring blankly out the window. None of them looked at me or each other. Their faces were pale, almost too smooth, like wax figures frozen in time. I blinked and rubbed my eyes. No, I wasn't imagining things. The bus door hissed open. "Morning," I said, stepping closer, but my voice felt hollow. The driver glanced at me, his tired eyes flicking past me like I wasn't there. I hesitated. They didn't move. The passengers stayed perfectly still, as if the bus was frozen in place. Then I noticed the smell. Not the usual city air. A faint trace of something old, dust, must, and something else I couldn't identify. Smell is weird like that. It can catch you off guard, bring back memories you didn't know you had. The scent made my stomach twist. "Excuse me?" I said louder. "Are you all right?" Still no response. The bus idled, the engine humming quietly, but the world around me felt quieter. Even the distant dog had stopped barking. I glanced down the street. No other buses. No cars. Just the fading glow of streetlights and the first weak beams of dawn. I tapped on the glass. The woman in the floral dress turned her head slowly. Her eyes locked on mine. Not with recognition, but like she was seeing something she couldn't explain. Her lips parted, but no words came out. I stepped back. Something about her face, it was familiar, but I couldn't place it. Like a photo from a family album long forgotten. The man in the suit shifted, just slightly. His gaze was blank but intent, as if he was waiting for something to happen. Waiting for something that would never come. I swallowed hard and checked my watch again. 7:17. The bus should have left by now. "Hey," I said, louder this time. "Can someone tell me what's going on?" No answer. The driver finally looked up from the dashboard. His eyes were tired, but there was something else there, an unreadable expression. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Then he closed it again. My pulse quickened. My hands trembled, though I didn't want them to. I looked around, searching for another face, a sign of life, but the street was empty. The bus stop sign creaked in the wind. I thought about turning away, running home, locking myself inside. But I was rooted to the spot. The silence pressed in on me, thick and heavy. I could hear my own breathing, uneven and shallow. And then, as if on cue, the bus door clicked shut. The engine revved. The bus started to move. I stepped back, heart pounding. The passengers didn't blink. They didn't say a word. They just stared straight ahead. The bus rolled past me, the windows shimmering in the dim light. And then it vanished around the corner. I stood there, alone. The street was empty again. The city was waking up. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had slipped out of time, and that whatever it wasn't finished with me yet. The chill in the air deepened, wrapping around me like a thin, unwelcome cloak. I pulled my jacket tighter, eyes fixed on the empty street where the bus had disappeared. The usual hum of the city felt muted, as if it were holding its breath alongside me. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, sharp and sudden, breaking the silence. I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to turn and run. Instead, I took a hesitant step forward, drawn by a restless pull I couldn't explain. The pavement beneath my feet seemed oddly slick, reflecting the flickering streetlights in fractured patterns. Shadows stretched longer, twisting into shapes that didn't belong. I glanced over my shoulder, but the alley behind me was just as deserted. Still, the feeling lingered, something unseen was watching, waiting. Then, a whisper brushed past my ear, soft and almost inaudible. I froze, straining to catch the words. They dissolved into the night, leaving only the echo of doubt. Was it my imagination, or a message meant only for me? My pulse quickened. Whatever thread had been tugged loose in time wasn't done unraveling. Somewhere ahead, the city held secrets that refused to stay buried. And I knew I had to follow before the moment slipped away again. The morning light was weak, spilling pale and uncertain through the grimy window of my apartment. I wasn't sure how much time had passed since I'd left the bus stop, but it felt like the city itself was holding its breath. Everything was too quiet, too still. I sat up, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, and the taste of stale coffee lingered at the back of my throat. I needed to get outside again, needed to see if the strange loop I glimpsed was real or just a trick my mind was playing. I pulled on a jacket, the fabric rough against my skin, and made my way downstairs. The street outside was coated in a damp sheen, the kind that smells like cold rain just passed, even though the sky was dry. The bus stop was empty, the bench wet and cold to the touch when I sat down. I watched my breath curl in the air, cold and heavy with silence. It was then the bus appeared. Same time. Same place. But this wasn't the bus I'd known. No familiar faces gazing out the windows. Instead, the passengers inside looked like they'd stepped out of a different era entirely, dressed in clothes that belonged to decades before mine, faces frozen in expressions that didn't quite fit the modern day. I counted 8 people, maybe 9. None of them noticed me, or even looked like they realized they were on a bus. I stood from the bench, heart jittering in my chest. I had to know. I had to get closer. The doors hissed open, and I stepped forward. The air inside smelled dusty, like old books and something faintly metallic. The seats were worn leather, cracked and softened with age. The passengers sat rigid, staring straight ahead or out the windows, unaware or unwilling to acknowledge the day, the city, or me. I tried to speak, but my voice caught in my throat. Instead, I moved through the aisle, eyes scanning each face. A woman in a floral dress from the 1950s, her hair pinned up in curls, a man with thick-rimmed glasses and a threadbare suit, a teenager with slick-back hair and a cigarette dangling from his lips, though he never took a drag. They were trapped. I could see it, the same hollow look in their eyes, the same slow, mechanical posture. Like they were stuck in a moment that wasn't moving forward. "Hey," I said, louder this time, "can you hear me?" No response. Just the quiet hum of the engine and the faint creak of the bus settling on its springs. I stepped back outside just as the doors slid closed. The bus pulled away, rolling down the street like a ghost drifting through time. That day, I started keeping notes. I scribbled details in a small notebook, drawing rough sketches of the bus, the faces, the clothes. Each passenger seemed to belong to a different decade, sometimes overlapping, sometimes separated by 20 years or more. I cross-referenced the styles with photos I found online, piecing together a timeline. None of the names matched anyone alive today. None of their details showed up in any public records. I told myself I was chasing shadows. But shadows don't sit rigidly on a bus, staring blankly for hours, day after day. I went back to the stop the next morning, hoping for answers. The same bus arrived, the same silent passengers. I tried to approach them again, but this time, a man stepped on ahead of me, someone I hadn't noticed before. He looked older, maybe in his 60s, wearing a faded work jacket and a hat pulled low. His eyes were sharp and alert, flicking over me like he was trying to decide if I was a threat. "You've been coming here a lot," he said, voice low and cautious. I blinked. "Yeah. Something's not right. Do you know where this bus goes?" He shook his head, but there was a flicker of something in his eyes. Fear? Recognition? I couldn't tell. "No one gets off." "Not really." Those words settled over me like a weight. "Why not?" He glanced around, then leaned closer. "Because it's not just a bus. It's a loop. We're all caught in it, but we don't know how to stop it. Every day the same route, the same faces, the same time." I swallowed hard. "But why? How?" He shrugged, the muscles in his jaw tightening. "No one remembers getting on. No one remembers before the loop. It's like being stuck in a dream you can't wake up from." I wanted to laugh or cry. Instead, I nodded. "I think I'm on that bus too." His eyes narrowed. "Then you've got to figure out how to get off before it's too late." The city felt different after that. The streets seemed narrower, the sky lower. I noticed details I'd missed before, the way streetlights flickered with an uneven rhythm, the smell of exhaust mixed with something faintly sweet, almost rotten. I started carrying a small recorder, hoping to capture sounds or voices I couldn't explain. One afternoon, I caught a fragment of a whisper, like last night, but clearer. "Don't trust the driver." The driver. I hadn't thought about him before. The bus driver was always the same, a man who looked tired but never spoke more than a few words. I watched him closely now, his hands steady on the wheel, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Sometimes, I caught him glancing in the mirror with something cold behind his gaze. I tried to talk to the other passengers about it, but they either ignored me or gave vague answers. The woman in the floral dress told me once, "He's part of it. Part of why we can't leave." But when I asked what that meant, she only shook her head and stared out the window. I felt the weight pressing down on me, like I was sinking into their world, losing track of my own time. The bus wasn't just a vehicle, It was a prison. And the driver was the guard. That evening, I met with the man again, the older one who'd warned me. We sat on a bench near the stop, the sun slipping behind the buildings, casting long shadows over cracked pavement. "I've been trying to find a weakness," I admitted, voice low. "Something to break the cycle." He nodded slowly. "They say the loop started after an accident. A crash years ago. Maybe if we find the moment, if we find the cause, we can unravel it." I frowned. "But there's no record of this accident. No news, no police reports. It's like it never happened." "That's the problem," he said. "History gets rewritten when you're stuck like this. Memories fade or get replaced. We live in a bubble, but the city moves on without us." The air cooled rapidly, and I shivered despite my jacket. I looked around, suddenly aware of how empty the streets had become. The distant hum of traffic was gone, replaced by an unsettling silence. "Have you tried talking to the driver?" I asked. He hesitated. "Once. He doesn't answer questions. Just stares. Like he's waiting for something or someone." I swallowed, thinking of the coldness in that man's eyes. Before I left, the man reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled photograph, edges yellowed and torn. He handed it to me. "Look closely," he said. "This is everyone on the bus at the start of the loop." I studied the faded image. There they were, all of them, the woman in the floral dress, the teenager, the man with glasses. But in the center stood a younger version of the driver, smiling in a way that didn't reach his eyes. A chill ran down my spine. "Why show me this now?" I asked. "Because," he said, voice barely above a whisper, "you're the first to see it in years. Maybe you're the one who..." I stood on the cracked pavement, the cold settling into my bones like it wanted to stay. The streetlights hummed faintly overhead, flickering as if uncertain about their own purpose. Silence pressed in from every direction. The bus driver's blank stare kept looping in my mind, waiting, watching, unmoving. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake the dread that was creeping in. "We need to accept something," he said quietly, stepping closer, his breath visible in the suddenly colder air. "We're not just stuck. We're caught. There's no leaving, no matter how far we run." I wanted to argue. Wanted to say there had to be a way out. But the emptiness of the streets, the absence of any sign that life outside this loop continued, gnawed at me. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste of panic rising in my throat. Caught how? What are we even dealing with? I asked, voice uneven. He hesitated, glancing over his shoulder toward the bus that sat idling a few feet away. The engine's low rumble felt like a heartbeat, steady, relentless. "It's not ghosts or curses," he said, as if that explanation mattered. "It's people. This loop. It's a trap set by someone. Someone who doesn't want us to leave. The past and present bleeding together? That's just the effect. Someone." The word hummed there like a shadow. Whoever had done this wasn't some vague force of nature. They were human. And that realization made the cold even worse. I pulled my jacket tighter. "Why? What do they want?" He shrugged, exhaling in a cloud of mist. "Control. Power. Maybe just to watch us. It's hard to say when you're trapped inside a bubble outside of time." My mind snapped to the faces of the passengers, the strangers who boarded the bus every morning, frozen in decades-old clothes, with blank, confused eyes. None of them remembered why they were there. None of them knew they were prisoners. I glanced back at the bus. The driver's eyes caught mine, cold and empty. I noticed for the first time the small camera mounted just above the windshield. A blinking red light pulsed steadily. Surveillance. Watching. Recording. Do you think they're tracking us? I whispered, dread pooling in my stomach. He nodded. And they're always one step ahead. Every time we try to break the cycle, something changes. The bus never arrives late. The streets never open up. I ran a hand over the rough plaster of a nearby wall, its gritty texture grounding me. The smell of damp concrete mixed with something metallic, like old pennies or rusted iron. We're trapped, I said again, this time with the weight of it pressing down. There's no outside. He studied me, eyes sharp despite the chill. There's one more thing. I looked at him, waiting. The loop started after an accident, right? But it wasn't just any crash. It was deliberate. Someone caused it. They designed this. The words hit like a punch to the gut. Deliberate. Planned. Not a mistake or a natural disaster. Someone did this to us on purpose. He nodded slowly. And that means they're still here. They've been watching. Maybe even riding the bus. I swallowed hard, the taste now bitter and faintly sour. A sudden noise startled me, a soft tapping coming from the alley nearby. I turned sharply, heart pounding. Nothing. Just shadows shifting in the dim light. Did you hear that? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Yeah, he said, eyes narrowing. They're close. Watching. My hands trembled. I tried to steady my breathing, but the cold had seeped into my chest, making each inhale sharp and shallow. I looked back at the bus, the door still closed, the engines hum like a lullaby that never ended. If we can't get off, what's the point of trying? He shrugged again, a bitter smile touching his lips. Maybe there isn't one. Maybe the only choice is to keep writing, keep looking for a crack in the glass. I shook my head, frustration welling up. But that means we're stuck forever. That's not living. Maybe not. But it's better than nothing. The bus door hissed open suddenly, breaking the silence. A gust of cold air swept out, carrying with it the faint scent of leather and old tobacco. The passengers began to board, each one a ghost from a different era, their faces blank, their eyes hollow. One of them, a woman in a faded green dress, locked eyes with me. Her lips parted as if to speak, but no sound came. Her mouth twitched, and then she turned away. What's wrong with them? I asked, voice tense. They don't know, he said. They don't remember. Not really. The driver climbed into his seat, the engine revving up louder now, vibrating through my bones. Before I could stop myself, I stepped forward, hand reaching out to the door frame. My fingers grazed the cold metal, and a sudden wave of vertigo hit me, like falling without moving. A voice echoed inside my head. No, not a voice, more like a memory. I saw flashes, the crash, twisted metal, a scream muffled by time. I stumbled back, breath ragged. The man caught my arm, steadying me. You felt it too, he said. The point where it all started. That's the key. But what if we can't change it? I whispered. He looked at me with something like pity. Then this is it. The point of no return. The bus horn blared, harsh and sudden, cutting through the cold night air. The driver's eyes met mine one last time. No warmth, no hope. Just endless waiting. The door slid shut behind me as I stepped inside, the world outside slipping away and locking me in. There was no turning back now. The engine's growl settled into a low, steady hum beneath the bus's fluorescent lights. The driver didn't look at me again. his eyes fixed on the road ahead, but there was something unreadable in their dullness. Not quite human. Not quite empty either. A waiting void. I turned slowly, scanning the bus interior. The usual passengers, except they weren't usual. Faces from another time, frozen in the same chairs, yet alive with a strange, fragile awareness. They didn't acknowledge me. Didn't look at each other. Just sat, suspended. Like they were waiting for something or someone. I swallowed hard. The stale, recycled air tasted metallic, as if the bus itself was breathing through a rusted pipe. A faint scent of damp wool mixed with old leather filled the cramped space. The windows were steamed, blurring the streetlights outside into smeared yellow smudges. I pressed my palm against the glass. It trembled slightly beneath my touch. "Hey," I said, voice cracking. No reply. Can anyone hear me? My words felt absurd, swallowed by the hum of the engine and the distant city noise. The man who steadied me before was in the back row now. He sat rigid, eyes fixed on the window. I recognized the trembling set of his jaw. He turned slowly, and for a moment, his eyes met mine, sharp, desperate. "You felt it," he mouthed without sound. I nodded, not trusting my voice. The crash. It was more than memory. It was a wound. A scar that throbbed beneath the surface of time. From somewhere near the front, a woman shifted. Older than anyone else, with a worn coat that smelled faintly of mothballs and something floral lavender, maybe. Her eyes flicked toward me, sharp and bright. "You're new," she said quietly. "That's how it always starts." "Starts what?" I asked, stepping closer, the floor creaking under my boots. The bus felt smaller now, the walls closing in, the air thickening. She hesitated, then whispered, "The loop. The trap. You don't get off." Her voice was a thread, fragile and trembling. I glanced toward the door. Locked tight. No handles, no emergency exits. Just one narrow aisle lined with seats, a claustrophobic tunnel inching forward into darkness. The driver's reflection flickered in the rearview mirror, still and motionless. "Why are we here?" I asked. "What does it want?" A low murmur spread through the passengers, voices overlapping in a strange harmony of confusion and fear. A man in a threadbare suit, his hair slicked back like a photograph from the 50s, shook his head slowly. "No one knows. We just keep writing." The woman's eyes darkened. "Some say it's punishment. Others, a chance to fix what went wrong." Her gaze sharpened. "But the boss, it's not the problem. The problem is the people inside." I swallowed again, the taste bitter and metallic. The window fogged up more, and I caught flickers of movement outside, shadows stretching and twisting, like the city itself was bending. My fingers itched to touch the glass, to break the barrier, but I held back. Then the lights flickered. Hard, sudden, plunging the bus into near darkness for a heartbeat. Silence. Complete silence. When the lights sputtered back, the passengers had shifted. Not physically, no one moved from their seats, but their eyes were different. Harsher. More alert. Like they'd seen something no one else had. The man in the suit leaned forward. "It's watching us." A chill ran down my spine. The air grew heavier, thick with tension. I could almost hear the bus's metal frame groan under the weight of unseen pressure. My breath hitched. The driver's hands tightened on the wheel, knuckles white. The woman whispered, "You have to confront it, or it will consume you." "Consume me?" I echoed, voice barely a whisper. "What is it? A person? A force?" She shook her head. Neither. It's the past. The guilt. The mistakes we refuse to face. Her finger tapped the window sharply. It's inside this bus and inside us all. The bus jolted suddenly, a harsh lurch that threw me forward against the seat. Outside, the world twisted, buildings bending, streetlights flickering like dying stars. The familiar cityscape warped into something unrecognizable, as if we crossed a threshold into a distorted mirror. The man who steadied me grabbed my arm again, harder this time. You have to remember. The crash, the moment it all went wrong. That's the key. I closed my eyes, trying to summon the memory. The twisted metal, the muffled scream. The sharp smell of burnt rubber and gasoline. Then the silence that followed, thick and suffocating. When I opened my eyes, the bus was still. Too still. The passengers sat motionless, their faces pale and drawn. Then the driver spoke for the first time since we boarded. His voice was low, almost a growl. You think you can change it? You think you can fix the past? No, I said, voice steady despite the knot tightening in my chest. But I can try. The bus groaned and shuddered, as if responding to my words. The windows fogged again, obscuring the outside world completely. Darkness pressed in from all sides. And then the door opened. A sliver of light spilled inside, sharp and cold. I looked toward it, heart hammering. But no one moved to step off. No one even looked at the open door. It won't let us leave, the woman said, voice trembling. Not until we face it. All of it. My breath hitched. The loop wasn't just a prison. It was a test. A reckoning. I glanced at the other passengers, searching their faces for a spark of hope, any hint of escape. But their eyes were empty, resigned. My hands trembled. The bus driver's gaze met mine once more. No warmth, no hope. Just endless waiting. I realized then that the real terror wasn't the loop itself. It was what the loop did to us. It stripped away everything until all that was left was memory. Pain. Regret. And the unbearable weight of knowing there was no way out. The door began to close slowly, inch by inch, sealing us inside again. I clenched my fists, feeling the cold sweat on my skin. Somewhere in the darkness beyond, a distant dog barked, a sharp, urgent sound that seemed impossibly close and unbearably far all at once. The bus moved forward again, into the night. And inside me, something broke. The door creaked shut, the faint sound swallowed by the rumble of the tires against cracked asphalt. I glanced around. Faces, some from the past, others just ghosts of what might have been, all trapped inside the same cage of time and memory. No one spoke. No one dared. The woman's words echoed in my mind like a warning bell. Not until we face it. All of it. But what exactly was it? The loop? The memories? The regret? Or something deeper, something we couldn't see but felt clawing beneath our skin? The driver didn't turn his head. He never had. His eyes were fixed on the road, or maybe somewhere beyond it, unblinking and unreadable. I wondered if he was even aware of what we were going through, or if he was just a part of the machinery, a cog in the endless repetition. The bus slowed, then stopped. The familiar old terminal loomed outside, lit by flickering street lamps that cast long shadows like fingers reaching out to pull us back inside. The engine idled, a low growl in the quiet. A man near the back, gray-haired, suit pressed but rumpled, eyes distant, finally broke the silence. Do you think it's over? His voice cracked like dry paper. Have we done what it wanted? No one answered, and I felt a bitter surge of anger. Over what? Over nothing? Over hours and days spent circling the same streets, the same stops, the same faces? I wanted to shout, to scream, to break something. But I didn't. I just breathed in the heavy, stale air and watched as the woman from before stood slowly, her hands trembling but steady. She walked toward the front with that strange resolve I couldn't quite understand. "I think we have to remember," she said, voice low but clear. "Not just the bad. The good, too. All the pieces." I wanted to ask her how. How do you remember what's been erased by time and pain? How do you pull out the parts of yourself you buried deep to survive? She looked at me then, and for a moment, I saw something flicker in her eyes. Hope? Fear? I couldn't tell. Together, we started speaking. One by one, the passengers joined in, voices shaky, hesitant at first, then stronger as the memories spilled out their lives, their regrets, their moments of unexpected kindness and love. It was like peeling back layers of a wound, raw and bleeding but necessary. I talked about my own regrets, the chances I didn't take, the people I pushed away, the lies I told myself to keep going. The words felt strange, alien coming from my lips, but they were real. They were mine. As we spoke, the air in the bus seemed to lighten, the oppressive weight lifting just a fraction. The driver's eyes flickered briefly toward us, almost human, almost aware. Then, the door opened. Not the usual slow, mechanical groan, but a clear, deliberate motion. The outside air rushed in, crisp, cool, smelling faintly of rain and earth. The loop was broken. No one moved at first. We sat, stunned, the silence now different, hopeful rather than hollow. The woman stood again, looking back at us, a small, tired smile on her lips. "We're free," she said. But freedom wasn't a sudden burst of light or escape. It was quiet, fragile. It was the weight of what we carried, and the choice to carry it no longer. I stepped off the bus first, my feet touching the cracked pavement, cold and real. Behind me, others followed, hesitant but determined. The night felt different. The stars weren't just pinpricks of light but anchors in a vast, living sky. The distant dog barked again, this time not urgent, but familiar, like an old friend calling me home. I didn't look back at the bus. It sat there, empty now, a relic of something that had been and was no longer. The driver was gone. I walked away slowly, the weight on my chest easing with every step. The loop had tested us, stripped us down to our bones, but it hadn't broken us. And maybe that was the real horror, the knowing that sometimes the hardest battles aren't against monsters or ghosts, but against ourselves. I don't know what comes next. Maybe nothing will ever be the same. But as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, I realized that I was still here. Still breathing. Still capable of moving forward. That night, the loop ended. But the echoes, the memories, the regrets, the quiet moments of connection, they stayed with me. They always will. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough for now. The weight of the past still presses on my shoulders, but it no longer crushes me. There's a strange kind of peace in accepting the scars we carry, and understanding that they are part of who we are. They remind us that we survived, that we fought even when the odds were stacked against us. I don't have all the answers. I don't know if the future holds redemption or ruin, but I do know this: every step forward, no matter how small, is a victory. Even when the path is uncertain, even when the darkness threatens to swallow me whole, I can choose to keep moving. And maybe one day, those echoes will transform from whispers of pain into stories of resilience. Until then, I'll hold on to this fragile hope, this quiet determination. Because in the end, surviving is not just about what we endure, it's about what we decide to become after. Story 4, Haunted Vision, shadows beyond illness. I never thought the quiet hum of my apartment would become something I dreaded. It started with a headache, dull and persistent, the kind that made every light too bright and every sound too sharp. I've been dealing with the aftermath of the neurological illness for months now, episodes where my vision blurred, then cleared, leaving behind a strange residue of uncertainty. Doctors called it residual neuropathy, a fancy term that didn't explain why I sometimes caught glimpses of, well, shadows, I supposed. Figures that didn't belong, but I couldn't prove they were anywhere but in my head. The apartment was a modest fifth-floor walk-up I granted after the illness forced me to leave my old place. It was a bland space, really white walls, a faded linoleum floor in the kitchen, a couch with one armrest missing. Nothing to suggest mystery or menace. But it was mine. Mine to control. Mine to feel safe. That night, I was sitting on the couch, the faint smell of leftover pasta sauce lingering in the air, when I noticed the shadow again. It was standing just beyond the edge of the kitchen doorway, where the light from the living room didn't quite reach. Tall, thin, and still. Like a charcoal sketch pressed against the wall. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, maybe a coat hanging on the back of the door. I blinked and looked again. It hadn't moved. I swallowed, feeling the dryness creep into my throat. "Hello?" I said, voice sharper than I intended. No response. Of course not. I stood up, my feet crunching softly on the threadbare rug, and stepped toward the kitchen. The figure vanished. Just like that. Like a shadow retreating at sunrise. I rubbed my temples, the headache pulsing in time with my quickening breath. I knew how that sounded: hallucinations, side effects, the illness messing with my brain. But something about that moment unsettled me more than usual. It wasn't just a shadow. It was watching. The apartment had always been quiet after dark. Even the usual city noise, the distant wail of sirens, the hum of tires on wet pavement, felt muted. I kept the window cracked a little for fresh air, but tonight the breeze brought in a faint scent of damp earth and something metallic. I couldn't place it. I poured myself a glass of water, the cool liquid soothing my dry mouth. The cold glass felt smooth and solid in my hand, grounding me. I leaned against the kitchen counter, watching the ripples in the water catch the light from the overhead bulb. Flickering. Again. The bulb was old, prone to those little blinks where the world seemed to pause. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself I was being ridiculous. It was probably just stress. The illness, the isolation, the way my days blurred into one another. But the shadows kept creeping in at the edges of my vision, like ink spreading on paper. I remembered the note I'd found 2 nights ago, pinned under the doormat. It was just a scrap of paper, no signature, no explanation, only the words, "I see you." I tossed it in the trash without thinking, chalking it up to some prank by the neighbors. But now, after seeing that figure, the note felt like a warning. I didn't tell anyone. My friends had grown distant since the illness, their concern turning into awkward pity. My phone buzzed once that evening, a message from my sister, but I ignored it. I wasn't ready to talk about shadows or notes or the way my hands trembled when I locked the door twice instead of once. I sat back down on the couch, the fabric rough against my skin, and stared at the wall opposite me. The peeling paint looked like cracked parchment in the dim light. I felt a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye and turned sharply, but there was nothing there. Silence. Complete silence. The clock ticked loudly on the wall, each second stretching longer than the last. I wanted to convince myself I was imagining things, that my brain was playing tricks, desperate for attention. But the feeling in my gut told me otherwise. Someone was in my apartment. Or at least, had been. The thought made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I pulled my legs closer, the couch springs creaking softly beneath me. The shadows seemed to retreat, but only just enough to remind me they were still there, lurking. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? There's a shadow stalking me? They'd probably laugh or suggest a mental health evaluation. And maybe I needed one. Maybe I was losing my grip. But the note, the figure, the way the light flickered just when I looked away, I wasn't sure what was real anymore. And that was the scariest thing of all. I reached out cautiously, fingers trembling, to the edge of the coffee table where the note lay. The ink was smudged, as if it had been handled with shaking hands or maybe damp from sweat. I traced the jagged letters again. They're watching, even when you think you're alone. A chill ran down my spine. Alone was a lie. The silence in the room pressed against me like a physical weight, broken only by the distant hum of the city outside. Somewhere, deep inside, I knew I had to confront this, face whatever was hiding in the dark, or risk being swallowed by the fear that was already creeping into my bones. The note sat on the coffee table like a small, dark seed, ready to sprout something dangerous. I needed to know more. I pushed myself up from the couch, muscles stiff from hours of frozen tension, and moved toward the window. The city lights blinked lazily against the night sky, indifferent to whatever was unraveling inside my apartment. Outside, the familiar buzz of traffic and the occasional bark from a distant dog grounded me, reminding me the world hadn't stopped turning. But inside, everything was fraying at the edges, like a badly worn sweater. I opened the window just a crack. The cool night air slipped in, carrying a faint scent of rain and something metallic, maybe the residue from a broken streetlight down the block. I leaned against the sill, heart hammering, listening. Nothing. No footsteps. No whispered voices. Just the distant hum of cars and the occasional murmur of late-night conversations drifting up from the street. I told myself to calm down. Maybe it was all in my head. The illness, the medication, the stress, they were a perfect storm for hallucinations. Still, the note and the flickering light were concrete. Someone had been here, watching. The next morning came with a gray sky and a dull ache behind my eyes. I woke with the taste of copper in my mouth, bitter and sharp. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone. No messages. No missed calls. Just the usual barrage of emails and notifications I barely glanced at. I considered calling a friend, but who could I tell? Hey, I think there's a shadowy stalker watching me, but I'm not sure if I'm crazy or not. It sounded ridiculous even to myself. Still, I needed allies. Someone outside my own spiraling thoughts. I texted Mara, my closest friend since college, asking if she could come over. She replied quickly, "On my way." Everything okay? The word okay felt like a lie when I typed it. When Mara arrived, she stepped inside like a warm breeze, shaking off the damp chill from the morning drizzle. She glanced around the apartment with a curious look, then at me. "You look like you haven't slept." "I haven't," I admitted. "There's someone. I don't know. Maybe I'm losing it, but I found this." I handed her the note. Her brow furrowed as she read it aloud. "They're watching, even when you think you're alone." She looked up at me. "Who do you think wrote it?" "I don't know. But someone was here last night." I saw the shadow again, Mara. "It's like they know me. Every move I make." She nodded slowly. "Okay, first, let's not jump to conclusions. Could it be someone messing with you? A prank?" I shook my head. "It's too personal for that. I didn't tell anyone about the illness or the hallucinations. And the note, it wasn't left in the hallway or slipped under the door like a joke. It was on the coffee table, inside. Mara's eyes narrowed. That means they've been inside. The thought made my stomach twist. My apartment was supposed to be my sanctuary. Now it felt like a cage with invisible bars. I decided to start keeping a record. Every time I saw something odd, every sound or shadow that didn't belong, I'd write it down. Maybe it would help me spot a pattern. Or maybe it would just confirm I was slipping away. I found an old notebook buried under a pile of bills on the kitchen counter and opened it to the first page. The pen felt heavy in my hand, the scratch of ink oddly calming. I wrote the time, the date, and the details as best as I could remember. Shadow at the doorway, 12:47 a.m. Flicker of light on the wall. Note found on coffee table, smudged ink, message threatening or warning. Mara watched me write, her expression unreadable. After a moment, she said, "Have you checked your locks? Windows? Could someone be getting in without you noticing?" I swallowed hard. I thought about it. Nothing's missing. No signs of forced entry. But maybe they have a key. Or maybe... I stopped, the idea too frightening to finish. Someone with access to my apartment, someone who knew my routines, my habits. The thought made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Mara stood and moved to the window, peering out with a detective's intensity. What about neighbors? Anyone suspicious? Anyone you've seen lurking around? I shrugged. I don't know. The building's old, and most people keep to themselves. I barely know any of them. She frowned. Maybe it's time to start paying attention. Watch for anyone who's always there, hanging around when they shouldn't be. That afternoon, I found myself sitting by the window, eyes trained on the street below. The rain had stopped, leaving the pavement dark and shiny. People passed by, faces blurred by distance and fatigue. Every shadow held a potential threat. Every flicker of movement was a cause for alarm. I caught sight of a man across the street, leaning against a lamppost, his face obscured by the brim of a hat. He looked up just as I noticed him. Our eyes met for a brief, electric moment. Then he turned and disappeared into the crowd. My pulse leapt. Was he connected? Or just coincidence? I closed the curtains, but the feeling lingered, like a low hum vibrating through the walls. That night, sleep was impossible. I lay in bed, listening to every creak and groan the apartment made. The shadows seemed to stretch and recoil with every flicker of the overhead light. At one point, I thought I heard a soft tapping on the window. When I looked, nothing was there. I sat up, heart hammering, and reached for my phone to call Mara. No signal. The screen blinked no service. I frowned. The building's old wiring sometimes interfered with reception, but tonight felt different. The silence in the room thickened. Then the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows flickered. I froze. A figure materialized at the edge of my vision, darker than the room, impossibly still. I blinked, and it was gone. But this time, I wasn't sure if I wanted it to disappear. I knew I had to find out who or what was stalking me, before the shadows swallowed everything I had left. And then, my phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. It read, "We're closer than you think." My hands trembled as I stared at the screen. The note was no longer just a warning. It was a promise. The message blinked on the screen like a pulse. "We're closer than you think." Closer. No signal. That was the first thing I noticed. No calls, no texts, just a single, ominous message from an unknown number. My mind sprinted and stumbled in equal measure. Was this a prank? A glitch? Or something far more deliberate? I kept glancing toward the window, half expecting to see the shadowy figure from moments ago lurking there, waiting. The overhead light flickered again, and the shadows stretched toward me like dark fingers, teasing the edges of my vision. I told myself it was just my illness after all. The neurologist had warned me about hallucinations, about how the damaged neurons could twist reality into nightmares. But this felt different. Sharper. Too precise. I tried to call Mara again. No luck. Nothing but silence. My apartment, usually a sanctuary of quiet, felt claustrophobic, like the walls were inching in, squeezing every ounce of air out of the room. I paced. Back and forth. The floor creaked beneath my worn socks. I could hear the distant thump of a delivery truck somewhere down the street, the occasional bark of a dog, and beyond that, nothing. Silence. Complete silence. Then the tapping returned, soft, deliberate, coming from the window. I froze. The cold glass pressed against my palm when I reached out. No one there. Just the empty street framed by the black iron bars of the fire escape. I stepped back, heart hammering so hard it echoed in my ears. The message, the tapping, the figure, there was no way this was coincidence anymore. Someone was inside my apartment, or close enough to see me, hear me, maybe even know what I was thinking. I needed proof. Something tangible. My gaze drifted to the small webcam perched on the edge of my laptop. I'd never used it much, but tonight it became my lifeline. I turned it on, quickly adjusting the angle to cover the living room and the window. The screen flickered as the feed loaded, grainy but clear enough. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, a shadow moved just beyond the window, too large, too distinct to be a trick of the light. I leaned forward, eyes straining. The figure didn't move closer, just stood there, watching. The outline was unmistakably human, hunched slightly, like someone trying not to be seen. I swallowed hard. This wasn't a hallucination. Not anymore. Someone had been watching me. All my routines, my comings and goings, the way I left the curtains drawn or open. They studied me. Knew me. I remembered the missing items, my keys, the small notebook I'd misplaced last week, the faint scuff marks by the door frame. I'd blamed forgetfulness, the fog that sometimes clouded my mind. But now, I wasn't so sure. Things had been moved, shifted intentionally. The phone buzzed again. Another message, you can't hide. I dropped the phone onto the cracked table, the screen casting an eerie blue glow across the peeling wallpaper. I wanted to scream, to call for help, but my voice was gone, swallowed by the cold tightness in my chest. Then, a sudden noise, a soft rustle, like fabric brushing against wood. It came from inside the apartment. I spun around, eyes wide, scanning the dim corners. Nothing. The shadows clung to the edges, but no figure. No movement. Just silence. The kind that presses in, makes your skin crawl. I tried to steady my breathing. This was real. Someone was here. And they knew I knew. I pulled on my coat, grabbed my bag, and headed for the door. I had to get out, find Mara, call the police. But the lock clicked open before I even reached it. A voice, low, calm, and chilling, whispered from the hallway, "Leaving so soon?" My legs froze. My hands clenched the doorknob, nails biting into the metal. The shadows moved, coalescing into a shape I recognized too well. It was him. The man I'd only glimpsed before, the one who knew everything, who haunted every corner of my apartment and my mind. There was no escaping now. The point of no return had arrived. His silhouette stretched long in the dim light, a ghostly presence that sucked the air from the room. "You really thought you could disappear that easily?" His voice was a venomous murmur, each word dripping with malicious certainty. I swallowed hard, the taste of fear bitter on my tongue. "What do you want?" I managed to croak, desperation threading through my voice. He stepped forward, the floor creaking beneath his weight. "You've been asking too many questions, poking into things better left alone. Mara's involvement changes everything. She's the key, and you're the lock I intend to break." My heart thundered against my ribs as he closed the distance. Somewhere behind me, the faint hum of the city seemed to fade away, replaced by the suffocating silence between predator and prey. I searched for something, anything, to give me leverage, but my world had shrunk to this narrow doorway, the man's eyes burning with twisted resolve. "Please," I whispered, "if you hurt her, if you hurt anyone, I'll—" "Quiet," he snapped, raising a hand as if to silence the very air. "The game isn't over yet. It's only beginning." His smile was a cruel slash in the darkness. The lock clicked again. Someone was outside, keys rattling in the door. A chance. My fingers slipped from the doorknob. I twisted and ran. The chase had started, and I wasn't ready to lose, not yet. The door shuddered open with a reluctant groan that sent a shiver down my spine. But then the figure in the doorway spoke, voice low and deliberate. "You're not supposed to be here." The man's smile twisted, sharp and cold. "Neither are you." I squinted, trying to make sense of the sudden complication. The newcomer was tall and lean, dressed in a dark jacket that looked too heavy for the stifling apartment. His breath came in short bursts, a faint cloud of cold mist in the warmth of the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. Something about him made the air feel thicker, more oppressive. He pulled back his hood slowly, revealing a face I recognized, one I'd only seen in pictures, in the grainy files Mara had shown me before all this spiraled out of control. "Detective Collins," I whispered, disbelief tightening my throat. "What? How did you—" "Quiet." Collins's gaze locked on the man like a predator sizing up prey. "I've been tracking this guy for months. Thought he was just another creep until your name showed up." The shadowy man laughed, a sound that scraped like gravel across old pavement. "You think you understand the game? You don't even know the rules." His eyes flicked to me. "You've been seeing me all along. That's the point, isn't it? I'm everywhere you look. You think it's your mind playing tricks, but it's me. Watching, waiting." I swallowed, the taste of copper sharp in my mouth. It wasn't hallucination. Not entirely. There was a real person here, a very dangerous one, and he knew every inch of my life like a map. Collins stepped forward, boots thudding softly on the floor. "Enough." His voice was steady, but I caught the edge of exhaustion beneath the authority. "You're done running." The man's smile faded. For a moment, I saw something flicker behind his eyes. Fear? Regret? Maybe just calculation. He took a slow step back, hands raised as if admitting defeat. But then the lights flickered, the old wiring protesting the sudden tension in the room. Shadows stretched and twisted along the peeling wallpaper. The air felt colder, heavier, as if the walls themselves were closing in. I backed away, heart hammering as the man's eyes never left mine. "You don't understand what you're dealing with," he hissed. "Mara's part of this because she's the only one who ever saw the truth. And now you're tangled in it." "Why her?" I pressed, voice cracking. "Why me?" He shrugged, almost casually. "Because you're weak. Because you don't know when to stop." A sudden noise, a scraping at the window, snapped my attention to the side. A faint tapping, rhythmic and deliberate. I turned my head slowly, feeling the weight of every second pressing down on me. Collins moved first, drawing a small radio from his belt. "Stay inside." Don't move. The man laughed again, a hollow, bitter sound. You think you can protect her? Or yourself? You're already too deep. And then he was gone. The apartment felt emptier, colder. The tapping at the window stopped. Silence settled like dust over everything. I pressed my back against the doorframe, hands trembling so badly I could barely hold a cup of lukewarm coffee on the table. The bitter taste burned my tongue, grounding me in the moment. Collins's radio crackled, and he spoke quietly about backup and containment, words that felt both distant and urgent all at once. I wanted to believe this nightmare was ending, that the shadows would finally lift. But I knew better. Because somewhere in the building, maybe just beyond these walls, he was still watching. Waiting for the next move. And I wasn't sure I'd be ready. The dim light above flickered again, casting erratic shadows that danced across the peeling paint and cracked floor tiles. I rubbed my temples, trying to stave off the creeping fatigue that settled deep in my bones. The room felt colder now, as if the dark corners themselves exhaled a chilling breath. Every creak and groan of the building echoed too loudly in the silence, setting my nerves on edge. Collins's voice came through the radio once more, softer this time, a tentative thread of reassurance. Hold tight. Backup's clearing the east wing. We'll get you out soon. His words floated in the stale air, but hope felt fragile, slipping through my fingers like smoke. I swallowed the last of the coffee, grimacing at its acrid aftertaste. My hands trembled as I set the empty cup down. The room was no longer just a room. It was a cage, a trap laid out by something unseen but palpably malevolent. I could feel it pressing in, a presence that didn't belong to this world. There was a sudden noise, a faint scrape, like nails dragged across concrete from the corridor outside. My heartbeat quickened, thundering in my ears. I froze, straining to listen. The sound came again, deliberate and slow, a sinister rhythm that matched the pounding in my chest. I reached for the flashlight in my jacket pocket, fingers trembling as I clicked it on. The beam cut through the gloom, illuminating the cracked doorway. Nothing moved. Yet the air grew heavier, as if the darkness itself was watching, waiting. A cold sweat broke across my brow. The shadows weren't just in the corners anymore, they were creeping closer, encroaching on the fragile barrier between safety and oblivion. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breathing. Who's there? My voice cracked, barely more than a whisper. No answer came, just the oppressive silence that followed. Then, from the far end of the hallway, a low, guttural sound of a whisper, or perhaps a growl, rose, twisting the air with menace. It was a sound that promised the nightmare was far from over. I tightened my grip on the flashlight. The next step would decide everything. The flashlight trembled in my hand, casting a narrow beam down the cracked hallway, but the weight in the air didn't lighten. I took a slow step forward. Then another. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet, each sound magnified in the cold, empty space. My eyes darted to the walls, to the shadows that clung like cobwebs. Every shape seemed to shift, but when I focused, nothing was there. Just the apartment, old and worn, but still mine. The nights had been unbearable, the shadowy figures lurking, always on the edge of vision. For months, the neurological illness had twisted my perception, peeling back layers of reality until I wasn't sure what was real. But these last few days, the shadows had taken on a weight, a purpose. The feeling that someone was inside my life, not just in my head. I discovered the truth. Finally, someone had been watching me. Not a figment of my mind, but a person, a stalker who knew everything. Every habit, every detail I thought private. The police hadn't been much help, brushing it off as paranoia or the illness, but I couldn't ignore it any longer. I swallowed hard, the dry taste of fear settling on my tongue. The air smelled faintly of mildew and something sharp, cleaning chemicals maybe, or the residue of someone else's presence. My skin prickled. I needed to confirm it. To know for sure. At the far end of the hallway, a door stood slightly ajar. I hadn't noticed it before. My pulse quickened despite myself. I edged closer, the flashlight cutting through the gloom. The door creaked as I pushed it open, revealing the small storage closet I'd used for boxes and old clothes. Nothing more than that. Or so I thought. Behind the coats and forgotten umbrellas, I spotted a small, battered notebook. My breath caught. I recognized the handwriting immediately, my own, from the journal I'd kept since the first symptoms emerged. How had it gotten here? I flipped through the pages, every entry marked with notes in a different hand, precise and cold. Observations about my comings and goings, the times I left the apartment, even my doctor's appointments. The stalker had been cataloging me, obsessively. A shiver ran down my spine. The stalker wasn't just a watcher, they were inside my life in ways I hadn't imagined. The shadows weren't hallucinations. They were warnings, reminders. I closed the notebook and leaned against the wall, my legs weak. The fight wasn't over. It had only just begun. The next morning, sunlight spilled unevenly through the blinds, casting bars of light across the peeling wallpaper. I sat at the kitchen table, the cold ceramic mug of black coffee warming my hands but doing little to clear the fog in my mind. Last night's discovery gnawed at me, an open wound that wouldn't heal. I called the police again, this time with evidence. The notebook, the notes, the pattern of surveillance. They promised to send someone, but their tone was cautious, almost reluctant. I understood. Mental illness complicated things. They didn't want to believe the shadows I described were anything but symptoms. I couldn't blame them. I didn't know what to believe anymore. The line between reality and illness had blurred too deeply. But I wasn't going to let this define me. I spent the day changing locks, installing new security measures that felt both necessary and futile. The locksmith was polite but seemed wary, glancing at me like I was a ghost. Maybe I was haunted not by spirits, but by the very real threat of someone who had infiltrated my sanctuary. Even with the new locks, I slept with the lights on, the television murmuring softly as a shield against the darkness. The shadows still flickered at the edges of my vision, but I forced myself to look away, to focus on the tangible, the hum of the heater, the taste of toothpaste, the rough texture of my sheets. The stalker might have known everything, but I knew one thing. I was still here. Still fighting. Weeks passed, or maybe it was months. Time felt strange, disjointed. The neurologist adjusted my medication, and some days the shadows receded, replaced by the dull ache of exhaustion rather than fear. I started writing again, pouring my thoughts onto paper, reclaiming my mind one word at a time. The police found nothing definitive. No fingerprints, no signs of forced entry beyond what I'd already noticed. It was as if the stalker had vanished, retreating into the cracks where light didn't reach. I never saw them again, but the imprint they left lingered. I stopped trusting silence. Every creak in the building was a question. Every unexpected sound a warning. I learned to live with the tension, like a constant hum beneath my skin. But I also learned to live beyond it. I reconnected with old friends, cautiously at first. The isolation had been a cocoon, but now I needed light, human voices, the warmth of shared laughter to remind me I was still part of the world. The illness hadn't beaten me, it had changed me, hardened me. There was a moment, months after the last shadow had disappeared, when I stood at the window, watching the street below. The sun was setting, turning the sky a bruised purple. A dog barked in the distance. The city breathed around me. I touched the scar on my wrist, a faint mark from a fall during one of the worst episodes. It was a reminder not just of pain but of survival. I realized then that fear had shaped me, yes, but it hadn't defined me. The shadows had been real. The stalker had been real. But so was my will to reclaim my life. I'm not sure what happened to the person who haunted me. Maybe they slipped away, scared off by the locks, the lights, or the stubbornness I didn't know I had inside me. Or maybe they're still out there, lurking just beyond the edges of sight, waiting for a crack to slip through. But I'm ready now, for whatever comes next. Because I've learned how to watch the shadows and not let them watch me. Silence is no longer empty. It's a space I hold. And in that space, I found myself again. Story 5, Elevator to the 8th floor, trapped between realities. The elevator's hum was the kind of sound you could almost forget was there, like the low drone of a refrigerator or a distant highway. The building was the kind that made you question why anyone wanted to work there in the first place. A bland slab of concrete wedged between glass towers, its lobby dim and smelling faintly of old carpet and wet cement. The kind of smell you don't notice until it's all you can think about. I'd passed that elevator dozens of times, maybe hundreds, without a second thought. Until it stopped. I stepped in, the metal doors closing with a soft ding that echoed oddly in the tight space. The panel inside was dull, the numbers worn down to a pale brass, the light behind the 10 flickering just enough to be irritating. I pushed the button again. Nothing changed. The elevator shuddered slightly, a hesitation I didn't expect, and then the lights dimmed, the overhead bulb sputtering as if it were gasping for air. I leaned back against the wall, trying to steady my breathing. The air felt thick, stale, like someone had been smoking in here hours ago or maybe days. My watch ticked loud enough to break the silence, each second dragging like a weight. A faint vibration ran beneath my feet. Not a drop or a sudden jolt, just a subtle shift. The elevator lurched, then settled. The floor indicator blinked off, then back on, but now it read 9. I frowned, glancing down at the panel. I hadn't pressed any other buttons. I tapped the 10 again, hard. The light didn't change. The walls felt closer. The soft scrape of my shoes against the metal floor seemed louder, too loud. I pressed my ear against the door and heard nothing but a distant, muffled thump. Maybe someone was moving on the 9th floor. Maybe the building was just old. I tried the emergency phone. Static. No response. The little speaker crackled, then went silent. My fingers lingered on the handset, cold and clammy. I swallowed, tasting the dryness in my mouth, and tried to steady my pulse. It's just a glitch. That's what I told myself. Then the elevator shifted again. The light blinked 8 this time. A soft click sounded behind the panel. My fingers traced the edge where the metal door met the frame. The seal felt a little off, as if the door had shifted on its track. I pressed the button for 10 again, willing the light to glow steadily. Nothing. The elevator dropped ever so slightly, a sluggish descent that made my stomach lurch. The air grew colder, a subtle chill that prickled the skin at my neck. I thought of the janitor I'd seen earlier, a tall man with a navy jacket and a crooked smile, muttering to himself as he wheeled a cart down the hallway. Maybe I could call for help once the doors opened. But the panel still read 8, and the walls around me looked different. Or maybe I was imagining it. The wallpaper, or what passed for it, was that dull institutional beige, but now it had what looked like faint smudges, dark streaks or shadows that weren't there before. I blinked hard, trying to shake the feeling that something was off. The smell shifted, too, from the dusty cement to something sharper, like burnt toast mixed with something sour. I tried the emergency phone again. This time, a voice came through. Not the calm operator I expected, but a woman's voice, low and hurried. "Are you okay? Can you hear me?" I swallowed. Relief flooded me, cold and sudden. "Yes," I said, voice cracking. "I'm stuck in the elevator. It won't go to the 10th floor." "Stay calm," she said. "Maintenance is on the way. We'll get you out soon." I nodded even though she couldn't see me. "Thank you." The line went dead. Then, the elevator stopped again. The light flicked 7. The walls seemed to have changed more noticeably. The beige was still there, but now the smudges looked like fingerprints, dirty, smeared marks as if someone had pressed their hands hard against the walls. I ran my hand along the panel. It was cool, but the texture felt different, rougher, like someone had scratched it. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft thud, like a heavy object dropped just outside the elevator shaft. The sound echoed strangely, distant but close at the same time. I pressed my ear to the door. Nothing. I stepped back, heart thudding against my ribs. I tried the button panel again. The numbers flickered wildly, jumping from 7 to 10 to 5, but the elevator didn't move. The buttons felt sticky under my fingers. I wiped my hand on my jeans, but the residue stayed. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Of course. The building's basement always killed my bars. I sank down to the floor, leaning my head against the wall. I could hear the faint hum of the building's air system, but it sounded strained, like it was struggling to keep the place alive. The lights flickered again, the single bulb going dark for a moment before sputtering back to life. That darkness felt heavier than the light. I rubbed the back of my neck, tasting the metallic tang of sweat. I tried to remember the last time I'd felt genuinely alone. Not the kind of alone where you're just by yourself, but the kind where it feels like the world has shifted just enough that no one can hear you, see you, or even knows you exist. It was an uncomfortable thought and one I shoved away. After a minute, the elevator shifted again. The panel now read 9. I stood up quickly. The walls looked different still. The fingerprints were gone, replaced by small, neat cracks radiating from the corner near the ceiling. I traced one of them with my fingertip. The plaster felt brittle, almost powdery. I pressed the door open button. Nothing. The door stayed shut, the metal cold and unyielding. I tried the emergency phone once more, but all I heard was static. The air grew heavier, hard to breathe. The walls seemed to close in again. I swallowed, tasting that faint sourness in my throat. Suddenly, a soft scrape sounded from outside the elevator, like fingernails, maybe, dragging slowly along metal. I froze. The sound stopped. Then, footsteps. Faint, but deliberate. "Hello?" I called, voice barely above a whisper. No answer. The footsteps receded. I pressed my back against the wall, the cold steel biting through my shirt. My hands trembled slightly. The elevator's hum had dropped to a low, uneven pulse, like it was struggling to stay alive. I wanted to believe this was just a malfunction. That help was coming. That the building, with all its quirks and creaks, was still just a building. But something had shifted. Something that wasn't just the elevator. Something that made me doubt whether the 10th floor even existed anymore. The scrape and footsteps faded, but the silence that followed was almost worse. The panel above the door blinked erratically, numbers lighting up and vanishing, like a stuttering heartbeat. Floor 10, then 9, then 11. None stayed long enough for me to be sure. My fingers hovered over the buttons, hesitant. Should I try to call another floor? Or would that just make it worse? I pressed the emergency phone again. Static. No dial tone. Nothing but that white noise that scraped at my mind. I sank onto the floor, knees drawn up, and tried to focus. The air smelled stale, a mix of old rubber and something faintly metallic, like a penny left out in the rain. It wasn't the usual elevator smell. It was off. My skin prickled, and I wrapped my arms around myself. Then, the door slid open. Not the big, heavy doors, but a narrow gap along the side panel, just wide enough for me to see into the hallway. The light outside was dim, almost sepia-toned, and the carpet looked threadbare, the pattern faded and worn in odd places. I stepped out cautiously. The hallway stretched ahead, a long corridor lined with doors. But something was wrong. The numbers on the doors didn't match the floor I thought I was on. The brass plaques were scratched, some peeling at the edges, others completely blank. One door was ajar, revealing a darkened room filled with overturned chairs and scattered papers. I called out again, "Hello? Is anyone there?" No response. The silence pressed down like a weight. I stepped forward, my shoes making a muffled sound on the threadbare carpet. The air here smelled different, damp and musty, like a basement after a rainstorm. I reached the open door and peered inside. The room was an old office, the kind you'd expect to find in a building long past its prime. A desk cluttered with yellowed files sat under a flickering fluorescent light. I shuffled through the papers, memos, maintenance logs, employee schedules. Nothing recent. The most recent date I could find was from 5 years ago. A low hum started up behind me. I spun around. The elevator doors were closed now. The panel above the door blinked again, this time it settled on floor 11. I hesitated, then stepped back inside. The doors slid shut behind me, the hum rising to a steady drone. The panel flickered once more, then went dark. I was trapped again. I sat down, resting my back against the wall. My hands trembled as I pulled out my phone. No signal. Of course. The screen was cracked, the glass spiderweb from a fall earlier that day. I tried to recall what I'd seen on the hallway floor. The room with overturned chairs, the papers scattered like something had been ripped through in a hurry. But no one answered my calls. No one acknowledged me. I pressed my ear to the door. Sometimes, in buildings this old, you can hear the faintest sounds, voices, footsteps, the distant clatter of something dropped. But here? Nothing but the elevator's mechanical drone and the occasional creak of settling metal. The panel lit up again. Floor 10. The doors opened slowly. I stepped out. The hallway was almost identical, the same faded carpet, the same dim lighting. But a different smell this time. It was cleaner, with a hint of bleach and something floral, like air freshener gone stale. I tried the door nearest me. Locked. The brass plaque read 104. But when I pressed my ear against it, I heard muffled voices. Whispered, urgent. I stepped back, heart hammering. Maybe someone was there after all. I called out again, louder. Hello? No reply. The voices stopped. I ran my hand along the wall, feeling the rough plaster beneath my fingers. It was cracked and peeling, but in a different pattern from the last floor. I tried another door. This one was open just a crack. I pushed gently, the hinges creaking. Inside was an empty room. A single chair sat in the center, facing a window that looked out onto the city skyline. But the glass was smudged with what looked like fingerprints, dirty, desperate. I felt a sudden chill. Maybe I was imagining things, but the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, seemed to watch me, like it was holding its breath. A noise behind me made me whip around. Nothing. Just the hum of the elevator far down the hall. I pulled the door shut and leaned against it. My mind raced. What was this place? Was I really moving between floors, or just losing my grip on reality? I tried the emergency phone one last time. Static again. I slammed my fist against the panel. Come on. The elevator lights flickered violently. The panel above the door flashed floor numbers in a chaotic sequence: 10, 11, 9, 12, then finally settled on 9. The doors opened. I stepped out, and the hallway was different again. The walls had been repainted recently, fresh white with a glossy finish. The carpet was plush, dark blue, completely unlike the worn strips on the previous floors. The air smelled of fresh paint and varnish. But the silence was the same. Deafening. I noticed something else immediately, a framed photo on the wall. A group of people standing outside the building. I recognized the corner of a familiar face, my own. My pulse quickened. I leaned closer. The photo was old, grainy, but there I was, smiling, standing with a team of coworkers from my last job. But the date stamped on the photo was from 3 years ago, before I'd even started there. How was that possible? The door at the end of the hall creaked open. A woman stepped out. Mid-30s, sharp eyes behind thick glasses, her expression unreadable. She looked straight at me. "Can I help you?" Her voice was calm, but there was a hardness beneath it. I swallowed. I think I'm lost. The elevator's not working. She studied me for a long moment, then shook her head slowly. There's no elevator here. This floor's closed for renovations. You shouldn't be here. I opened my mouth to argue, but she stepped back inside and closed the door. The lock clicked. I banged on the door. Wait. Please. I'm stuck. No answer. The lights flickered again. I backed away, heart pounding. I was trapped in a place that kept shifting beneath my feet, where the rules changed without warning, and where no one seemed to remember me, or maybe just refused to. I sank to the floor, clutching my head. The metal walls of the elevator felt miles away now, like a distant memory. Something was happening to me here. Something I couldn't name yet. And I wasn't sure I wanted to know. Then, a soft, deliberate tap sounded behind the door. Not the heavy footsteps from before, but quick, light, like someone knocking to get my attention. I stood, hand trembling as I reached for the handle. The door didn't budge. The tapping stopped. Silence swallowed the hall. I pressed my ear against the door again. Whispers. Too soft to understand, but unmistakably there. And then, a voice I thought I'd never hear again. "Are you still in there?" My breath caught. Jason? The name hit me like a blow. That wasn't who I was supposed to be. Not here. Not now. I stepped back, heart slamming against my ribs. The hallway shifted again. The walls blurred, the carpet changed underfoot, and when it settled, I was back in the elevator. The door shut tight, sealing me in. And the panel lit up, floor 13. The silence pressed in on me like thick, damp cloth. The knock behind the door had stopped as suddenly as it came, leaving nothing but an unbearable stillness that filled every corner of the elevator. I stared at the panel, at the tiny numbers blinking in that same erratic cycle. Floor 7, then 8, then back to 7 again. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, and tried to make sense of it all. The woman's words echoed in my mind. There's no elevator here. This floor's closed for renovations. You shouldn't be here. But here I was. I pressed my ear against the cold metal door, hoping to catch any whisper of movement beyond. Nothing. No footsteps, no voices, no distant sounds of the building humming to life. Just silence. I knew I had to keep moving, figure out what was real, but the walls felt like they were closing in, suffocating. I ran my fingers over the buttons again, desperate. Maybe if I tried to force a door open, I could slip through the gap and climb out. The handle didn't budge. It was like the door had been welded shut. I slammed my palm against it, then my shoulder. My skin prickled with sweat, and I tasted copper on my tongue. If I stayed here, I'd lose my mind. I sank to the floor again, this time leaning my head against the door. The metal was cool, but not comforting. I took a deep breath, trying to steady the storm of thoughts. The woman, whoever she was, she didn't just deny my presence. She erased it. Like I was a ghost in a building that refused to acknowledge me. That realization hit me with a cold sharpness. If no one could see me, talk to me, or even hear me, what did that make me? Someone who didn't exist. Or worse, someone who never existed. The elevator flickered again. The overhead light buzzed low, casting jittery shadows that danced along the scratched walls. I closed my eyes, willing the headache to stop. Then, a faint smell drifted into the sharp tang of bleach mixed with something else, stale, like forgotten corners of the building where dust had settled for years. It pulled me up from the floor. I looked at the panel and pressed the button for the lobby. Nothing. The elevator shuddered, as if it was thinking, then the lights dimmed and a low groan vibrated through the cables. The numbers switched in a flash, floor 9. But when the doors slid open a crack, it wasn't the lobby. Instead, a narrow hallway stretched out, lit by a single, flickering fluorescent tube that hummed like a swarm of bees trapped in a jar. I stepped out, the floor beneath my feet cold and rough, carpeted in threadbare beige that smelled faintly of mildew. The walls were painted a dull yellow, but the paint was peeling in long, curling strips. I could see faded signs taped to the doors, staff only, maintenance, fire exit. Everything looked slightly off, like a bad photograph left in the sun too long. I called out, voice cracking, "Hello?" But no one answered. No footsteps. No distant voices. Just that same choking silence. I took a tentative step forward, then another. The hallway stretched endlessly in both directions, but somewhere down the left corridor, a door creaked open just a sliver before snapping shut again. I froze, heart stuttering. I tried to convince myself it was just the building settling. Old buildings do that. I know how that sounds, but it was the only explanation that made sense. Still, I half expected someone to step out, to call my name, to pull me out of this nightmare. No one did. I moved carefully down the hall, the carpet muffling my footsteps, the faint smell of bleach growing stronger. The air was thick, almost suffocating. My skin prickled again, as if I were being watched. I glanced back at the elevator, which sat there like a silver coffin, doors closed tight. I had to keep going. I couldn't stay trapped inside that box any longer. At the far end of the hallway, I found a door marked lobby entrance. I yanked at the handle. Locked. I rattled it harder, the metal cold and unyielding. My hands trembled. "Please," I whispered. "Just let me out." No response. I pressed my ear to the door and heard muffled voices. Clear, distinct, but distant. I stepped back, heart pounding. Someone was somewhere nearby. But they weren't coming for me. I circled the hallway, trying every door I could find. Locked. 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 It was like the whole floor was a maze designed to keep me in, to keep me alone. I stopped at one door labeled Manager's Office. The window was cracked, a thin sliver that let me peek inside. The room was empty, except for a desk littered with papers and a half-empty coffee cup. The air tasted stale, like it had been trapped for days. On the desk, a small framed photo caught my eye. I squinted, leaning closer. The image was grainy, but it was unmistakably me. Sitting at a table with two people I didn't recognize. My stomach twisted. I didn't remember this moment. I didn't remember those people. I reached out and touched the glass. The cold bit into my skin, and a sudden wave of nausea swept over me. I staggered back, clutching my mouth. What was this place? What was this reality? And if that was me in the photo, who was I now? My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, relief flooding me for a second. But the screen was blank, no signal, no messages, no calls. Just a frozen image of the elevator's blinking floor numbers. I slid down the wall, sliding until I sat on the grimy carpet, head in my hands. The truth was sinking in. This wasn't just a stuck elevator or a weird glitch in the building. I was trapped in something far worse. A place where reality fractured and everything I thought I knew unspooled. The door behind me creaked open again. I whipped around. No one. Only the flickering light overhead. But now the smell had changed, something metallic and sharp, like blood mixed with rust. I stood and backed toward the elevator, every nerve screaming. The doors slid open with a reluctant groan. I slipped inside, the metal walls closing in once more. I pressed the emergency button repeatedly. No response. Then the panel blinked, faster this time. The numbers began to roll upward, then downward, skipping floors like a broken record. A cold breath of air slipped through the cracked door, carrying with it a whisper of forgotten things. The doors opened again. But this time it wasn't a hallway. It was a small, windowless room, painted stark white with a single chair in the center. The floor was shiny and spotless, the air sterile and biting cold. I stepped out cautiously. The chair faced away from me. I could feel a presence, heavy and still. I swallowed hard and called out, voice shaking, "Hello? Is anyone there?" The chair creaked. Slowly, it turned. Empty. I blinked. My heart pounded so loud it filled the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. The chair was empty. No one there. Then I noticed the walls, covered in photographs. Hundreds of them. Each one a snapshot of the floors I'd been trapped on, hallways peeling, office desks, signs, the elevator door. But in the corner of every photo was a date. Not today's date. Something older. Much older. And scribbled beneath each one, in shaky handwriting, was a name. My name. I staggered back against the wall, my skin crawling. Why were these here? Who took them? And what was I supposed to do with this knowledge? The elevator panel buzzed again. The numbers blinked rapidly, 0, then 1, then 2. The door slid shut behind me. I was moving again. Only now, I wasn't sure there was any floor left to escape to. The elevator hummed low, an engine running on borrowed time, and I sat on the floor, staring at those blinking numbers, knowing that whatever came next, I'd crossed the point of no return. The elevator jolted sharply, as if it had caught on a snag deep inside its shaft. The numbers on the panel flickered and blinked erratically, 5, 7, 6, 5, 9, 8, none of them making sense. The light overhead buzzed louder, casting an unsteady yellow glow that made the walls look like they were pulsing. I pressed my forehead against the cold metal, tasting the bitter tang of sweat in my mouth, the stale air thick with the scent of rust and something else I couldn't place. Copper? Like blood, but not quite. The doors clanged open. I blinked against the sudden brightness, but the hallway beyond was different, at once familiar and completely wrong. The walls were a shade darker, the carpet thicker, but worn in a way that felt deliberate, like someone had scuffed it just to make it unsettling. A low hum vibrated in the air, mechanical and unnatural. There was no sign of life, but I caught the faintest sound of footsteps echoing far off, too muffled and rhythmic to be random. I stepped out, my shoes sinking slightly into the carpet. The hallway stretched longer than I remembered, lined with identical doors marked with numbers that made no sense. Floor 8, 10, 11, numbers that weren't even on the elevator panel anymore. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered in a slow, maddening rhythm, and the walls seemed to lean in just enough to unsettle my balance. I reached out, brushing my fingers along the rough plaster. It was cold but oddly dry, like it had been stripped and repainted with cheap paint that refused to settle. I tried the door to the right, labeled 807. It was locked. The knob was cool, but when I twisted it, it didn't budge. I heard the footsteps again, closer this time, deliberate and slow, as if someone was tracking me. My breath hitched, my hands trembling just enough to betray the calm I was trying to project. "I'm here," I whispered, voice cracking. "Who's there?" Silence. Complete silence. The only sound was the hum of the lights and the faint scrape of something dragging across the floor somewhere down the corridor. My eyes darted toward the darkness at the far end, where the hall bent into a corner. The scrape stopped abruptly. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste growing stronger. The smell was sharper now, unmistakably iron and something sour beneath it. My stomach twisted, but I forced myself to move forward, every step more hesitant than the last. The hallway seemed to stretch and contract, the walls narrowing just enough to make me feel trapped. I reached a door that was slightly ajar. Peeling paint revealed splinters of wood beneath, and the number plaque was cracked and faded 804. Inside was a small office, but everything was off. The desk was cluttered with papers, but the ink was smeared and illegible. A calendar hung crooked on the wall, stuck on a date that didn't exist, February 31st. The smell of stale coffee lingered, mingling with the metallic sharpness. I rifled through the papers, desperate for something, anything, that made sense. One sheet caught my eye, a memo, stamped with a logo that looked familiar but distorted, like a funhouse mirror version of the building's real emblem. The text was typed but nonsensical, a jumble of words that almost formed sentences but fell apart halfway through. I blinked. The letters seemed to swim on the page. Behind me, the door slammed shut with a finality that made my heart leap into my throat. I spun around. The hallway outside was empty. The footsteps had stopped. I pressed my back against the door, breathing hard. The air felt heavier now, thicker, as if the very atmosphere was congealing around me. The fluorescent bulbs flickered violently, then went out, plunging me into darkness. I fumbled for my phone, the screen lighting up in a weak glow. No signal. No messages. Just that frozen elevator display, taunting me from earlier, echoing in my mind. A noise, a faint whisper, just beyond the edge of hearing. I froze. Was it my own breath playing tricks? A trick of the building settling? The whisper grew louder, a sibilant hiss that made my skin crawl. It wasn't words. Not exactly. More like the sound of someone breathing through clenched teeth. I edged toward the door, hand reaching for the knob. It turned easily this time. I stepped out into the hallway, the lights back on but dimmer, casting long shadows that stretched unnaturally down the walls. The carpet was gone, replaced by cold, cracked tile. The air smelled sharp and sterile, like a hospital, but colder, dead. At the far end, a figure stood silhouetted in the dim light. I squinted. The shape was human, but the posture was wrong. Slouched, head tilted at an odd angle, hands hanging too loosely. The figure didn't move or respond when I called out. "Hey," I said, voice shaking. "Are you okay?" No answer. The silence pressed down on me, oppressive and thick. My pulse hammered in my ears. I wanted to turn and run, but every instinct screamed to stay, some part of me desperate to confront whatever this was. Slowly, I took a step forward. The figure didn't flinch, didn't acknowledge me. I noticed then the details, the tattered jacket, the worn shoes, the way the hair fell in uneven patches. The elevator shuddered again, quiet this time, almost polite about it, as if it was tired of the routine. The lights flickered once, twice, then steadied, casting that same sickly yellow glow that had become my only companion for what felt like days. I pressed the button for the lobby, hoping for the familiar hum of descent, a return to something solid and real. Instead, the numbers above the door blinked erratically. 7, 8, 7, 9, 7. I exhaled slowly. 7. Again. The same floor. I stepped out. This version of the 7th floor was different. The walls wore a new shade, a dirty beige that made the fluorescent bulbs seem harsher, the air more stagnant. The faint smell of mildew tugged at my nose, wrapped in something metallic, like pennies tossed in a drain. The distant hum of the building's ventilation was uneven, a low, irregular pulse that set my teeth on edge. I walked forward, careful not to disturb the thin layer of dust covering the floor tiles. Footsteps echoed softly behind me, but when I glanced back, the corridor was empty. I told myself it was my imagination, a trick played by the silence pressing in too tight. Still, that sound lingered just beyond hearing, like a breath held too long. The flickering light overhead caught a glint on the wall. At first, I thought it was a scratch, but as I moved closer, I saw it wasn't a mark at all. Someone had scrawled words in a shaky hand. "You don't belong here." I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat growing heavier. It wasn't just a message. It was the handwriting, ragged, desperate. Like mine, but not mine. I backed away, the skin on my arms prickling. It wasn't the first time I'd seen words or signs in these shifting halls, but this one felt personal. Almost a warning. "Hello?" My voice cracked, thin and brittle. "Is anyone there?" No answer. Just a distant, uneven hum of the vents and the occasional creak from the building settling. The floors here didn't feel quite right. Like someone rearranged the furniture of reality and forgot to put it back. I turned back to the elevator, hoping to escape this oppressive floor. The door was closed. I pressed the button. Nothing. The panel above the door blinked off, then on, then off again. The elevator was dead. I sank to the floor, my back against the cool metal wall, fingers tracing the seams between panels. The elevator was my prison, but the building was the cage. Somewhere in these layers of twisted floors, I was supposed to find a way out. Or at least, find myself. I closed my eyes, trying to remember who I was before this nightmare started. The office, the commute, the familiar weight of my briefcase. My life seemed like a photograph left in the rain, blurred, smeared, hard to hold on to. A soft tapping echoed down the hallway, rhythmic, deliberate. Tap. 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 I froze. The sound came closer, then stopped abruptly. Silence. Complete silence. I stood, heart hammering. Should I call out again? No. I wanted to see who, or what, was out there. I pressed my ear against the elevator door. "Hello?" I whispered this time. No reply. The tapping started again, this time from the other side of the elevator. My breath caught. I wanted to say it was a trick of the building's old pipes or my fraying nerves. But the pattern, the irregular pauses, felt intentional. I pressed my palm flat against the cold metal. "If you're out there, I'm trapped. Please." I waited. The tapping faded. For the first time since I'd entered this place, I felt like I wasn't alone. But that only made the silence that followed even heavier. When the elevator shuddered back to life, the doors slid open slowly with a mechanical groan. I stepped out, blinking against the harsh light. This floor was different again. The walls were painted a dull gray, marred by smudges and what looked like fingerprints smeared in haste. The carpet was threadbare, stained with dark patches that resembled spilled coffee or something darker. There was an acrid smell here, burnt plastic mixed with something sour, like spoiled milk. I started down the corridor, the carpet muffling my steps. The tapping returned light, quick echoing off the walls. I followed it, drawn by some fragile hope that I might find another human being. At the end of the hall was a door, cracked open just enough for a sliver of dim light to spill out. I pushed it gently. Inside was a small office, cluttered with papers and half-empty coffee cups. A desk fan spun lazily, stirring the stale air. The sound of the tapping now made sense. It was the incessant ticking of a clock on the far wall. I stepped in. The chair behind the desk was spun around as if someone had just left. I ran my fingers over the desk. The papers were reports, memos, schedules, but none of the names meant anything to me. No familiar faces. No hint of my own existence. A voice came from the hallway. "Hey, you shouldn't be here." I whipped around, heart in my throat. A man stood there, eyes narrowed, hands stuffed in the pockets of his threadbare jacket. He looked tired, wary. Not hostile, exactly, but guarded. "I'm lost," I said, voice soft. "I'm trying to get out." He shook his head slowly. "No one's supposed to be here. Not anymore. Who else is here?" I asked, stepping forward. He hesitated, glancing back down the hall. "Just people like you. People who don't belong. People like me." He nodded. "You're caught between floors. Between lives. The building. It traps you in layers. You lose yourself, your name, your history. You become a shadow." I swallowed again, the weight of those words settling deep. "How do I get out?" His eyes flickered with something like pity. "You don't. Not really. You have to find a way to accept it. Or you disappear completely." There was a pause, thick with unspoken truths. I looked down at my hands, trembling. The skin was pale, veins faintly visible. I could feel the tremor spreading out my arms. "Then what's left of me?" I whispered. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "You have to remember who you are, even if no one else remembers you." That was the moment I realized the true horror wasn't the shifting floors or the endless corridors. It was the erasure, the slow fade into nothingness, the dissolution of self. I closed my eyes, trying to recall the smallest details. My mother's laugh, the way sunlight looked through my apartment window, the taste of coffee on a cold morning. Memories felt fragile, like glass slipping through fingers. When I opened my eyes, the man was gone. Story 6, Digital Doppelganger, Identity Hijacked at Work. The morning had that particular cold sharpness that made the city feel brittle, like it might crack underfoot. At my desk, the hum of fluorescent lights buzzed low, a constant backdrop to the clicking keyboards and murmured phone calls. The smell of burnt coffee lingered in the air, cold and heavy with silence, somewhere between comforting and acrid, and the faint scent of someone's cologne, a little too strong, wafted by. I glanced at my screen, where the inbox was already swelling with unread messages. Most were routine, meeting reminders, a newsletter I hadn't bothered to open, and a few from colleagues. But then there was one that stopped me cold. It was from a coworker, Daniel, marked urgent. The subject line read, quick question about the project files. I frowned. Daniel and I rarely emailed directly. We usually spoke in person or over Slack. Opening the message, my stomach tightened. Hey, sorry to bug you, but can you send me the updated client list? The one you emailed last week? I can't find it anywhere. I rubbed my forehead. That was odd. I had sent no such list. And Daniel knew that. I usually kept those files locked down. A small knot formed behind my ribs. I replied quickly, hey, I don't have that list on me right now. Did you check the shared drive? No answer came. Instead, a Slack notification popped up. It was from someone I'd never seen before, an account bearing my name, my exact profile picture, and my job title. I blinked twice, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks. The message read, hey Daniel, just sent over the client list. Let me know if you need anything else. I stared at that for a long moment. The screen's cold light seemed to flicker, or maybe that was just my imagination. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, unwilling to type. That wasn't me. I didn't send that message. I didn't even know this fake me was out there. I closed the laptop lid with a snap, the sound echoing a little too loudly in the quiet office. My mouth suddenly tasted metallic, and my hands trembled slightly. I tried to breathe slowly, but the air felt thick, almost too warm for the chilly morning outside. I stood up, stretched, and forced myself to walk over to Daniel's desk. He was on a call, gesturing with his hands, face flush with frustration. I tapped his shoulder. His eyes flicked to me, and he ended the call. Hey, Daniel. You emailed me about the client list this morning? He nodded. Yeah, but I didn't get anything. I thought you sent it. I shook my head. No, I didn't. But someone pretending to be me just messaged you on Slack. He frowned. What? That's weird. I nodded, the cold knot tightening. Yeah, weird is one way to put it. Back at my desk, I sat down and pulled up my Slack account. I scrolled through my sent messages. Nothing unusual. But then, looking through the list of active sessions, I noticed something unsettling. A device I didn't recognize was logged in. The location was flagged as somewhere across town, in a part of the city I never visited. My fingers hovered over the mouse, then typed out a quick message to IT. Can you check for any unauthorized access on my account? I think someone might be impersonating me. A few minutes later, the reply came, no unusual logins detected. Password last changed 2 months ago. No alerts triggered. I blinked, confused. But that didn't explain the Slack message Daniel got. I was certain. Someone was doing something with my identity. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I kept checking my phone, half expecting more strange messages or calls. The office seemed different somehow, quieter, the usual chatter subdued. Outside the window, the sky had turned a flat gray, and the light flickered faintly as clouds swallowed the sun. I glanced at the reflection in the glass, someone who looked tired, maybe a little more worried than usual. At lunch, I met Mia at the cafe around the corner. The place smelled of fresh bread and roasted coffee beans. She greeted me with a bright smile, but I could tell something was off. Her eyes flicked nervously toward her phone every few minutes. "You okay?" I asked, stirring my tea. She hesitated. "I got a weird message earlier. Someone pretending to be you." I frowned. "What? From where?" She showed me a screenshot. It was another message, this time sent to a small group chat of our friends. The text was casual, too casual, asking for some personal details about one of our mutual friends, details I'd never share. My hands trembled again, this time more noticeably. I swallowed hard. This has to stop. Someone's using me to get information. Nia nodded, eyes wide. "Do you think it's a prank?" I didn't answer. I wasn't sure. The thought that someone could slip into my digital shoes so easily sent a cold wave through me. I thought about all the moments I'd spent online, all the things I'd shared, the trust I'd built. And now, it was being twisted into something else. Back home, the apartment felt different. The usual comforting clutter, the cracked mug from my grandmother, the stack of unread books, the soft throw blanket on the couch seemed to close in around me. I locked the door twice, even though the neighborhood was usually safe. The faint buzz of my phone startled me every time it chimed. I kept checking my social media accounts, but nothing seemed out of place. Or maybe I just couldn't see the changes yet. I sat by the window, the city lights flickering like distant stars, and tried to make sense of it all. How had this started? Who was behind it? And why me? Silence. Complete silence, except for the distant hum of traffic and the occasional bark of a dog. The world outside seemed normal, but inside, a knot kept tightening in my chest. I didn't know it yet, but this was only the beginning. Something had cracked in the glass of my life, and I wasn't sure if I could put it back together. The night dragged on, thick and slow, with a weight pressing down in the corners of my apartment. Morning came with an uneven light that made the worn plaster walls look even more tired. I sat cross-legged on the floor, laptop open, coffee cooling beside me, and dove into the first real investigation I had since this all began. My hands trembled a little, no surprise there, but I knew I had to get ahead of it. If this was more than a prank, if someone was really pulling strings behind the scenes, I needed proof. Something concrete. First, I combed through my social media profiles, the usual suspects, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. Nothing obviously out of place. No posts, no messages that I hadn't sent. But then I checked the private groups where I was a member, especially the ones with coworkers, friends from the office, and a few from the book item I joined last year. That's where the first red flag popped up. A few messages, carefully worded, sent under my name but from different accounts. Slight changes in phrasing, but unmistakably me. Someone had cloned my digital voice. I copied the messages into a document, line by line. One was a casual request for a file from a project my team was working on. Another was an invitation to a private chat about a new client. The last one was the most disturbing, a request for access credentials to a shared server. I didn't even ask for those. I called Sarah first. She was my closest friend at work, and I trusted her implicitly. Her voice on the phone was bright, but I caught a flicker of hesitation when I explained what I'd found. "Are you sure it wasn't you?" she asked, voice cautious, like she was trying to be careful with her words. "I'm positive," I said. "I haven't sent any of those messages. Someone else is pretending to be me." There was a pause. "Then, you've got to take this to IT. They might be able to trace it." I agreed, but inside, a knot tightened. If this was someone from inside the company, someone who knew our systems and the way we communicated, then this wasn't just an online impersonation. It was a breach. A serious one. The office felt colder when I walked in later that morning. The usual hum of fingers tapping on keyboards and the low murmur of conversations seemed distant, almost mechanical. I sat at my desk, eyes darting to the screen every few seconds, waiting for an alert or a sign. It was like living inside a bubble of suspicion. I found myself watching my coworkers more closely. Tom, usually chatty by mid-morning, barely looked up from his monitor. Lisa, who used to bring in homemade cookies every Friday, hadn't mentioned the usual office potluck. Even the janitor, who always whistled softly when he worked, was silent. Something had shifted. My phone buzzed again. A new message, but this time it wasn't from the fake accounts. It was from an unknown number, a text that read, "We have what we need. Don't make this harder." My stomach dropped. I reread it. What did they mean? Was this a threat? A warning? I tried calling back, but the line went straight to voicemail. I decided to talk to Mark, the IT guy with the messy desk and disheveled hair who always smelled faintly of burnt coffee. He was the only person I trusted to keep this quiet and help me figure it out without turning me into the office pariah. "Someone's pretending to be me," I told him quietly in the cramped IT room, the glow of monitors casting shadows on his face. "They're sending messages to my contacts, asking for access to things I wouldn't even ask for." Mark rubbed his chin, his eyes narrowing. "Sounds like social engineering. Classic manipulation through impersonation. Have you noticed any unusual logins on your accounts?" I shook my head. "Not yet. But I'm worried it's coming." He tapped a few keys, pulling up logs and IP addresses. "Give me a day. I'll dig through this. But keep your guard up. They might try to get more personal." A chill ran down my spine. More personal. What else could they want? My phone? My email? My bank? Back at my desk, I stared at the screen, the glow making my tired eyes sting. I opened my email and found something new, a message in my sent folder I didn't remember writing. It was addressed to a vendor, a contract negotiation with a firm I'd never even heard of. The wording was polite but insistent. I hadn't sent it. Someone was using my name to open doors I didn't know existed. Around me, the office buzzed with quiet chatter, but I felt isolated in a bubble of creeping paranoia. I glanced at the window. The sky was gray and low, pressing down like it wanted to swallow the city whole. I wanted to call Sarah again, but I hesitated. Was I putting her in danger? Was I even sure I wasn't overreacting? The phone buzzed again. Another unknown number. This time, a voicemail. I stared at it, fingers frozen over the screen. I played it. A breathy voice, distorted, not quite human but unmistakably deliberate. "We see you. We're closer than you think." The line clicked dead. I sat back, hands trembling, the taste of cold coffee bitter on my tongue. Someone was inside my life, stepping through the cracks I hadn't even noticed. And they weren't just pretending anymore. I didn't know who they were. I didn't know what they wanted. But I did know one thing: this was no longer about a stolen identity. It was about control. And control, I realized, was the most dangerous game of all. Outside, the city carried on, indifferent to the storm gathering in my apartment. But inside, the walls felt tighter, the shadows longer. Every noise made me jump. Every glance at my phone made my heart skip. I wasn't just a victim anymore. I was the target. And this was only the beginning. The night stretched on, a slow, suffocating crawl. I didn't move for what felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes. The hum of the city outside seeped through the cracked window, sirens, muffled laughter, the distant bark of a dog. Normal life, carrying on without a care for the chaos inside my apartment. The cold coffee had long lost its bitterness, only a stale residue remained on my tongue. My hands had stopped trembling, but only because they were too numb to react. I forced myself up, paced the living room, running my fingers along the spines of books I hadn't touched in months. My phone buzzed again, but this time it was a message from Claire. She was one of the first people to reach out after I confided in a few coworkers about the impersonation, though I hadn't told anyone just how deep it had gone. Claire's message was short, but the timing was everything. "Hey, did you hear from anyone else? Something's weird with the team chat. People are acting off." That prickling sensation returned. I'd noticed it too. The group chat was flooded with strange, out-of-character messages, requests for sensitive files, hints about upcoming projects that hadn't been announced. The impersonators weren't just harassing me anymore, they were hunting for information, and worse, my friends and colleagues were feeding it to them, thinking it was me. With a shaky breath, I typed back, "I'm looking into it. Be careful. Don't share anything new." Before I could send it, another message popped up, this one from my boss, Mark. "We need to talk. ASAP. Can you come to the office tomorrow morning?" My stomach dropped. Mark was never abrupt like that. Usually, he was all about emails and scheduled meetings. This was urgent. I stared at the screen. The clock on the wall ticked past midnight. I should have tried to sleep, to clear my head, but the thought of retreating to bed felt like surrender. I wasn't ready to give up control. Not yet. I opened my laptop, fingers trembling as I logged into my work email. Nothing unusual there. No alerts, no strange logins. But the group chat was a different story. I scrolled through the messages again, reading between the lines. There was a pattern-coded language, references to projects only a handful of people knew about. And then it hit me, the impersonators had access to the company's internal systems. Not just my accounts. I leaned back, forehead pressed against the cold glass of the window. That meant this wasn't just a personal attack anymore. This was corporate espionage. And somehow, I was the key. I rubbed my eyes, blinking against the stark city lights. My phone buzzed once more. This time a text from an unknown number. "Stop digging. You don't want to see how deep this goes." The message made the hair on my neck rise. The threat was clear, but so was the warning. I was already in too deep. There was no turning back. The next morning came too fast, gray and unforgiving. I barely slept, the lines of my ceiling plastered in shadows by the flickering street lamp outside. I dressed quickly, brushing my teeth in a robotic haze, tasting the faint bitterness of anxiety again. The ride to the office was tense. I kept checking my phone, expecting another message, another sign that I was being watched. The city rolled by, indifferent to my spiraling thoughts. I wanted to believe I could still outrun this, but the weight in my chest told another story. Mark met me at the entrance, his face tight, eyes scanning over my shoulder like he expected someone behind me. "We need to talk somewhere private," he said, voice low. Inside his office, the blinds were drawn, the air thick with stale coffee and something metallic, maybe the lingering scent of old files or fear. He closed the door, locking it with a soft click that sounded louder than it should. "Something's very wrong," Mark started, rubbing his temples. "Our security team flagged some unusual activity. IPs linked to your account have been traced back to several locations. Some of them within our own building. I blinked, heart knocking hard. What do you mean? Someone's here? Mark nodded grimly. We think so. And it's not just digital. Someone's been physically accessing restricted areas. A cold sweat pulled beneath my shirt. The idea that someone could be this close, this invasive, made the boundaries of my world shrink. No longer was this a faceless online threat. It was tangible. Real. We're setting up surveillance cameras, changing access codes. But honestly, he sighed. We don't know who to trust. His words hung between us like a guillotine. If my coworkers were compromised, if the impersonators had infiltrated the building itself, my workplace, my safe zone, what did that mean for me? I swallowed hard. And what about me? What if they're using me to get to others? Mark looked at me, eyes sharp. That's exactly it. You're the entry point. They're exploiting your identity to manipulate people you know. It's social engineering at a scale we've never seen before. The room seemed to close in, the walls pressing against my ribs. I could almost hear the faint crackling of invisible wires tightening around me. We need to know everything, any strange emails, calls, messages. Anything out of place. I nodded, but my mind was racing ahead. Who were these people? What did they want? I realized I'd been chasing shadows without ever looking up to see the full storm gathering. As I left Mark's office, my phone buzzed again. Another message from the same unknown number. Game's changed. No more running. I stopped dead in the hallway, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead. Around me, coworkers passed by, oblivious. Or maybe they weren't. Maybe some of them were part of this. The thought was unbearable. I felt a prickling at the back of my neck, a sudden awareness that I was being watched. My steps quickened, the echo of my shoes on the linoleum loud in the empty corridor. Outside, the sky had turned an angry shade of slate. A cold wind whipped around the building, rattling loose papers on the parking lot pavement. The city didn't care about the threats whispered in my ear. But I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was coming next would change everything. I was no longer just a target. I was a pawn in a game that was already moving, with rules I didn't understand and no way to stop. And the worst part? The moment I realized I couldn't walk away, the moment I saw that my options were disappearing, that was the moment the real nightmare began. The hallway stretched ahead like a tunnel carved from dull gray stone, the fluorescent lights flickering with an erratic pulse. I glanced left, then right. Coworkers moved through the space, faces blurred by distance and dim light. They looked normal. Smiling, chatting about weekend plans or the latest project. But I didn't trust them. Not anymore. Maybe some of them were actors in this nightmare, puppets dancing to a tune I couldn't hear. The idea tightened my chest until it hurt. I forced my legs to move, each step echoing too loudly. The hallway seemed endless, a corridor of quiet dread. Somewhere behind me, a door slammed, sharp and sudden. My body jerked. I swallowed hard, tasting the dryness in my mouth. The wind outside rattled loose papers against the windows, a harsh whisper that seeped through the cracks in the glass. The city was indifferent. It didn't care about the strangers who'd stolen my identity, or the invisible menace stalking me. But I did. I had to. I pulled my phone from my pocket, fingers trembling as I unlocked it. Messages. So many messages. From friends, coworkers, some confused, others suspicious. And then there was the latest one, from someone I didn't recognize. We're closer than you think. Stop digging or it gets worse. I shut the screen, the glow disappearing like a dying star. The threat was no longer just online. It had stepped into the real world. I needed to find out who was behind this before it spiraled completely out of control. The night was thicker than ink when I slipped out of the building, the cold slashing through my jacket. Streetlights buzzed overhead, their yellow glow casting long, uneven shadows. The wind bit at my cheeks, bringing with it the scent of rain and something else, something burnt, faint but unmistakable. My hands stayed stuffed deep in my pockets, fingers curling around the familiar warmth of my phone. I wasn't sure where I was going. Just away from the office, away from the suffocating feeling of eyes watching. But the city had its own plans. A siren wailed somewhere in the distance, the sound rising and falling like a ghost's lament. A dog barked sharply, breaking the silence. I stopped on the cracked sidewalk, the rough concrete scraping my shoes. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat, loud and irregular. I texted Mark, my closest friend at work, the one person I trusted most. "Can we meet? Urgent." The reply came almost instantly. "Where?" I hesitated, then typed, "Cafe on 5th. Now." Minutes later, I was inside the small, dimly lit cafe. The scent of roasted beans and cinnamon filled the air, cold and heavy with silence. The place was nearly empty except for the barista wiping down the counter and a couple of late-night patrons staring into their phones. Mark sat in the corner, his face pale and drawn. He looked like he hadn't slept. "Hey," I said, sliding into the seat opposite him. He didn't smile. "You're in deep. This isn't just some prank or a hack. Someone's using your identity to get into places they shouldn't. I've been looking at the logs from the servers." His voice was low, urgent. "They're not just after data. They're after control. They want access to client info, internal communications, even payroll." I swallowed. "Why me?" Mark shrugged, rubbing his jaw. "Because you have access. Because you're trusted. Because no one would question you." I rubbed my temples. "But how? How are they doing this without me noticing?" He pulled out his phone and showed me a series of screenshots, messages, emails, fake social media profiles. They're playing a long game. Social engineering, impersonation, manipulation. They're good. Good, I repeated, the word tasting sour. Mark looked up, eyes sharp. "And they're watching. Probably right now." A shiver ran down my spine. The cafe's warmth felt suddenly cold, the hum of the refrigerator behind the counter too loud. I glanced at the windows. Outside, the street was empty except for a lone figure standing beneath a flickering streetlight. The rain started, light at first, tapping against the glass like nervous fingers. The figure didn't move. I blinked. Then he was gone. Back at my apartment, the shadows seemed to cling to the corners with unnatural insistence. The lights flickered as I entered, the hum of the old wiring filling the silence. I locked the door behind me, the click echoing like a gunshot in the empty room. My hand shook as I set my bag down, the weight of everything pressing on my chest. I pulled out my laptop, fingers flying across the keyboard. I needed answers. I needed control. But every search led me deeper into a labyrinth of fake profiles, proxy servers, and encrypted messages that twisted around themselves like a snake swallowing its tail. Then a new message popped up on my screen. No name. No sender. Just 3 words. "Look outside now." I paused. A cold sweat broke out on my neck. My mouth went dry, the taste of metal sharp on my tongue. I forced myself to stand and walk to the window, pulling aside the curtain just enough to peer out. The street was empty. No one. Just the rain, falling harder now. The streetlight flickered again, throwing long, jittery shadows that danced on the wet pavement. Then, a sudden movement, something darted just beyond the edge of the light. I blinked, heart thudding. It was gone before I could focus. I backed away from the window, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. My phone buzzed. Another message. Games changed. A whisper, barely audible, but it filled the room with dread. I wanted to run. To hide. To pretend none of this was real. But I knew better. Because this wasn't just about stolen identity or leaked secrets anymore. This was about control. And they had me exactly where they wanted. The rain had eased by dawn, leaving the streets slick like glass. I stared at my phone. No new messages. At least not yet. The silence was almost worse. I sat down at the kitchen table, the wood rough beneath my palms. The taste on my tongue lingered, a mix of metal and cold coffee I hadn't drunk. I rubbed my eyes and pulled out the laptop, fingers trembling as I typed in the company's internal messaging system. I needed to know if anything else had happened overnight. Had anyone else been contacted? Manipulated? The screen loaded slowly, but then there it was, a thread of messages between my coworkers, marked urgent. My fake self had been busy while I slept. Requests for passwords, project details, internal contacts, things I never would have shared, but the imposter had charmed out of people who trusted me. For a moment, I felt the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay tilt, like the floor had shifted beneath me. How many lies had they spun? How deep was this? I closed the laptop, breathing hard. I had to tell someone. But who? Who would believe me? I was the one being impersonated, the one they'd used to crack open my life. I called Sarah first, the only friend I trusted enough to speak honestly. The line clicked on, and her voice came through, tired but steady. Hey, everything okay? I swallowed, voice low. No, it's worse. I'm not just being impersonated online. They're using me, manipulating people I know. I think God, Sarah, I think they're after more than just information. She was quiet. Then, have you gone to the police? I shook my head, even though she couldn't see it. No, not yet. They'd want proof. I don't have that. Just a trail of lies and shadows. Sarah sighed. What do you want me to do? Help me figure this out. If they're using me, they might try something else. Something offline. The line went quiet again before she said, "All right. I'm here." I hung up, feeling a little less alone but no less exposed. The day crawled by. Every ping of my phone made me jump. I stayed off social media, afraid the imposter might be lurking there still, waiting to strike again. I couldn't tell if the paranoia was justified or just a residue of exhaustion and fear. By afternoon, I'd noticed my coworkers acting oddly when I passed them in the halls, furtive glances, whispered conversations that ceased when I neared. I caught the receptionist casting a quick look at her screen as I approached, fingers poised above the keyboard. My pulse quickened, but I said nothing. I wasn't sure if I wanted to confront anyone or just confirm that the web of deceit had spread. Later, I found a message slipped under my office door. No sender. No signature. Just a short note. Trust no one. Not even yourself. I stared at it, the ink smudged from moisture. A chill crept up my spine. The room felt colder, the fluorescent lights harsher. I wanted to tear the note up but instead folded it carefully, slipping it into my pocket. That night, I sat alone in my apartment again, the curtains drawn tight. The shadows no longer felt like they belonged outside. They had moved in, settled under the furniture, whispered from the walls. My hand shook as I scrolled through emails and messages I'd saved, cross-referencing names, dates, and times. I found patterns, connections between my digital double and people I barely knew. A network, sprawling and insidious. But why me? Why my identity? I thought about the people I trusted, the ones who had unknowingly handed over pieces of their lives because they thought it was me. I thought about the imposter, sitting somewhere in the dark, weaving this tangled web. The thought made my throat tighten. Sleep came late and unsettled. When morning came, the sun weakened gray, I made a decision. I reached out to a cybersecurity consultant recommended by a friend of a friend, a person who didn't blink when I told them my story. They listened, asked questions, and promised to dig into the digital traces I couldn't see. Days passed. The consultant's findings were grim but clarifying. The impersonators were part of a larger social engineering ring, a group that harvested information through carefully crafted online personas. They'd chosen me because I was trusted, because my life intersected with multiple networks, work, friends, family that they could exploit. But the consultant also found something else, a trail that led to a small, obscure company overseas, one that specialized in data brokerage and identity manipulation. It wasn't just random hackers or trolls. This was organized, deliberate. That knowledge was both a relief and a weight. At least I understood the scale now. At least I wasn't imagining it. Still, the damage was done. Trust shattered. Relationships strained. I watched as friends and coworkers hesitated before speaking to me, unsure if the person in front of them was real or a mask. I started to rebuild. Slowly. Setting new boundaries, changing passwords, tightening security, but also learning to listen to the quiet doubts in my mind, the instincts that had saved me from walking blindly into the trap. Sarah stayed close, a steady presence. One evening, she said, "You're different now. Not just scared. Stronger." I nodded, feeling the truth of it settle inside me like a slow, steady flame. "I don't know if it's over," I admitted. "Maybe it never will be. But I'm not going to be a victim anymore." The rain returned that night, gentle and persistent against the window pane. I watched the droplets trace random paths down the glass, each one a small, unpredictable journey. It reminded me that even in chaos, there was movement. Change. I wasn't the same person who had opened that first message, who had stared into the empty street and felt the cold grip of fear. There was a quiet resolve now, shaped by everything I'd lost and everything I still had. The imposters hadn't won. Not really. But the echo of their reach lingered, a shadow in the corners of my life, a reminder that identity was fragile, trust was a currency, and control was a game that could shift without warning. I closed the curtains that night, but the streetlight outside kept flickering. I listened to the rain, steady and unrelenting. And I waited.